What's up, family? What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome to another installment of AI Apostolic Insight. Wherever you are joining me from, I want to say welcome. I'm excited to have you here. I am grateful to have you here. I am grateful that you are here. And I want to invite you to really take this time and get ready to plug in as we dive into some very valuable and what I believe to be important things that we're going to be sharing tonight. So for those of you who are joining us, wherever you're joining us from, whether you're joining us on YouTube or you're joining us on Facebook, wherever you are, I believe by now this is week 4. So I think you know the drill. Do me a favor and go ahead and click share. Go ahead and share this. You know somebody who needs it. You know somebody who needs to hear it. You know somebody who needs to be plugged into it. So I just want you to go ahead and help us get the word out. Go ahead and get started right now. Help us let people know that we have started, that we're getting started tonight, and we're getting ready to go into it. All right. Whatever device you are watching from, welcome, welcome, welcome. Man, this is Apostolic Insight. You know, for the last, my goodness, it's been a month now, man. Can you believe that? We've been doing this for a month now. And for the last month, we've been doing this, and you all have been engaging. You all have been plugging in. And it has truly been a sight to see. Some of y'all heard I shared this the first night we did it, that I really was nervous. I had this flyer. I had the graphic for this set aside, ready to go. My goodness, over a year ago now. And I pulled back on it because I was so concerned about, what people would think. Man, would people think this guy thinks he's an apostle and he thinks he's this and he's that? And I was asking, man, who wants to hear about these things? And truth of the matter is, you all have responded so well, so positively. And I am just beyond grateful to have you here and to have you plugged in. All right. So go ahead and click share if you would. Also, I need you to do me a favor. Jump in the comments and just let me know you're here. Let me know who you are. Tell me your name. Tell me the name of your church. Oh, there we go. Tell me the name of your church. All of that good stuff. I want to know where you're watching from. I want to shout you out. I want to talk to you, and I want you to talk back to me. So take a moment, go ahead and click share. Go ahead and do that. I'm going to be watching the chat as I can. So tonight is episode 4 of Apostolic Insight with myself, Henry Tolbert. For those of you that haven't met, that's my name. I'm Henry Tolbert, and I am the founder of Simple Systems Consulting. And I am committing my life to helping leaders grow the church without burning themselves out. On a deeper level, we want to help you get clear about your mission. We want to help you make an impact in your city. We want to help you begin to raise up people who can take us to the forefront and continue to move the kingdom forward. And tonight is going to be a very, very, very strong example of that, because tonight we're going to be diving into the 7 shifts that will absolutely shake the Black church. And I want you to know that is not hyperbole. I am not just saying that to sound deeper than what it is or to make it sound more urgent than what it is. As a matter of fact, if you are leading in the church right now, you already know that the church is going through some monumental shifts. The church is going through some significant shifts, and I am not creating those shifts. In actuality, my goal is to help the church prepare for those shifts. And that's what we're going to be doing tonight. All right. So take a moment, jump into the chat. Let me know who you are. Let me know where you're watching from. I see many of you logging on already. And I really want to jump into this. I want to go ahead and be honest with you. I don't want to belabor the point. I don't want to sit around too long. I want to jump straight into this. So I want you to go ahead and start doing your introductions, and I'll shout you out as I'm kind of walking through. But I want to go ahead and get into this, man. We have some amazing momentum over the last 4 weeks. Y'all have really been engaging. We've talked about decline in the church. We talked about the death of the Black church in week 1, where we really dealt with the fact that the church, especially the Black church, has gone through and is going through a type of death so that it might be reborn. so that it might embrace the signs of the time and be like the sons of Issachar, and not only read and recognize the signs of the time, but know how to respond to it. We went to the leadership crisis. We talked about where have all the preachers gone? And we talked about the challenge of young leaders and the fact that you cannot sit on chickens the same way you sit on eggs. You have to sit on eggs, but once they hatch, they want to run free. And so you've got to have a system and a plan for what to do with young chickens if you want to have them. To be honest with you, I've got young kids, and I know it is unrealistic to ask them to get in a place and just sit down just because that's what I want them to do. All right. We talked also last week about what is a healthy Black church in 2025. We talked about a shift in how we measure health and success and growth. We've got to move from butts and budgets, nickel and noses, only counting and measuring success by how many people show up on Sunday and how much money comes in. We've got to begin to look at some new metrics. So if you miss either of those episodes of Apostolic Insight, I want you to go back on my YouTube channel at Henry Tolbert, and I want you to take a moment to look at that. And tonight, we're going to be going into the 7 apostolic shifts. All right. Good to see you, Shannon Smith. Good to see you from Kingdom Life Cathedral. Glad to have you. Hey, Pastor Karen. Just got off the phone with Pastor Karen down in Abundant Life in Plant City, Florida. Looking forward to coming down with you all soon and looking forward to having you all plugged in and being a part of the program. All right. So I want to jump into this because tonight we're not just talking about what's happening right now, because we're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to break this thing down as I walk through these 7 shifts. The way that I've structured them is I'm going to talk about way of thinking, but I'm going to talk about the new way of thinking that needs to replace our current thought process and our current way of thinking. But as we walk through this, we're going to talk a little bit about what's happening now, but more than anything, we're going to be looking into the future. We're going to look off into the future, and we're going to look at what is coming our way. We're going to look at the shifts that are happening now and that need to happen as we continue to build the church that survives and goes into the future. I think we all know we live in uncertain times, but we serve a certain God. And God is not caught off guard. He is not caught off guard by the things that we are seeing, by the things that we are facing. He is not only aware of it, but he is prepared for it. And so we're going to dive into that so that you can walk away with that same confidence. And when we talk about these 7 shifts, we're going to be talking about how we as leaders can begin to move into that next move of God, into the things that he wants to do, into the things that he is going to do, so that we might be prepared for all that is to come. All right. So I want to share my screen. I'm going to share this presentation. I'm going to put it on screen alongside so that we can walk through this together. And so that way you can make sure you're tracking with me as I go. It has been really, really awesome to hear some of you have talked about some of the things that you are doing to really maximize what we've been discussing and what we've been walking through. Some of you have really taken that next step. And what you are doing is really deep diving into these topics. I've talked to several of you who have said, hey, I had my team sit down and watch this with me, or we sat down and we went through it together. Whatever it is, I want you to have at it. I want you to get into it. And we want to keep on creating the kind of resources that makes this possible for you. All right. So I want to jump into this, and I want to talk a little bit about these 7 shifts that are coming to the Black church and how we as the Black church have got to get prepared for them. All right. If you have not already, do me a favor, go ahead and click share. Make sure you do that. Go ahead and click share so that you can start letting others know that we are getting started, that we are rolling along as we get ready to talk about these 7 shifts. All right. So about this, one of the things that is so important that we begin to grab is that we talked about some of the precursor. I talked about the state of leadership. We've talked about how we've got to measure things differently. But tonight, I want to go beyond diagnosing the problem, and I want to get into sharing some shifts with you. In many ways, this is going to feel very prophetic. And it's going to feel prophetic because some of the things that I'm going to share, you may not be seeing yet. And so here's what I'm asking you to do is I'm asking you to trust that where I am standing, I am seeing things through a different lens. And I'm not saying that from a place of having some special revelation of the church and things of that nature, but I'm saying it from a place of being in a position where I am talking to pastors every day, where I am talking with pastors. Just last week, I had one of those rare but unfortunate situations where I spoke with a pastor and they were calling and inquiring about our program and what we do. And I had to share with this pastor that we are not a good fit. And the reality is that they were so far behind. Things had gotten so far off track. Things had gotten so bad where they were that one of the things I said to her, I said, look, right now you would be lost in what we do simply because you're basically starting from zero. And so one of the things that I would encourage you to do, and I gave her a simple plan, going back to prayer, pulling together a team, all these kinds of things. And so we are in a very, very real situation. And those of you who are leading on the front line, you are aware of that. And so you know what's happening. Hey, Pastor Rush, good to see you as always. And so we're going to be diving into that tonight so that we can really get into the shifts that are happening that we need to prepare for. All right. So I want to get into this and I want to encourage you, man, please, I want you to take some notes. I want you to write this down. I want you to just grab what comes to you. I know you can go back and you can watch it again and all those kinds of things. But here's what I want to encourage you to do. I want you to take some notes on shifts, because what I want to encourage you to do is to listen for what the Spirit is saying to you, because you're going to be able to contextualize many of these things in your own way so that you can grab it and we can hold on to it. All right. So before I jump into these shifts, let me go with a word of prayer. Let's pray together. I invite you to pray with me as we dive into this. Father, we thank you so much for your goodness towards us. We dare not start anything without recognizing how good you have been to us. God, I know that we are all in different places. There are some pastors and some leaders here tonight who are looking for hope for their church. There are some pastors and leaders here tonight who feel, who have some momentum and want to keep things going well. There are some pastors here tonight, some leaders here tonight who feel like they're stuck in limbo. They feel like they're standing in the middle. They feel like they are not down, but they are not up, and they are stuck. And so, Father, what I'm asking you tonight is just meet us here. Take these simple words that I will speak, translate them into the ears and the hearts of your people for your glory. In Christ's name we pray, amen. All right, let's jump into these 7 shifts. Let's talk about it. Number 1, this is a big one. Of the 7 shifts, the first shift that I really want you to prepare for and I want you to get ready for is the shift from solo acts to super teams. From solo acts to super teams. That's right. We are shifting from solo acts to super teams. What am I talking about when I say that? When I say that we are shifting from solo acts to super teams, I am alluding to something that we've seen happening in sports. We've seen this happening in football. We've seen this happening in the NBA. And it is whereby it is no longer enough to have one superstar to win a championship. You have got to have some other complementary players who go above average and are really thriving. We just saw it in the NBA with the Oklahoma City Thunder. And some of you will argue they're not a super team, but they are. They have a big three, a very highly coveted trio of players who make their thing go. And while they had one big superstar who was an MVP who undoubtedly led the charge, he was surrounded by 2 other emerging stars, 2 other really good players who are right there. And things that we've got to understand is that the old way of doing this is dying. The old way of thinking is that the senior leaders are expected to be able to do everything. So there was an era in the church where senior leaders were these one-size-fits-all leader. The senior leader was a great preacher. He could lead the building fund. He could do the counseling. He could do all the funerals. He could do community activism. The senior leader could do everything. Where we are going through a shift where in the church, if we are going to move forward, we're going to have to be able to make sure that we are surrounded by other leaders, and not just average leaders who just do what we say, but capable leaders who bring something to the table that we don't bring. That's one of the things that is going to have to shift. I just had a call with a church administrator, and one of the things that she said to me is, she said, one of the things that we're struggling with is that our senior leader and our executive pastor or our co-pastor, neither of them are administrative in nature. And we're trying to figure out, where's the strategy going to come from? Because what's happening is we've got all this vision, but we've got no plan to execute it. It's like spending all this time and energy and money building a rail car, building a train, and then getting ready to pull out of the station only to discover that we have no tracks. And so what you need is a strong team. A super team is going to have multiple leaders who are capable of leading at a high level. So one of the things that we're seeing and that we are going to see in the church is we're going to start seeing high-level leaders join forces to build movements together. We're going to start to see high-level leaders join forces to build movements together. We are moving from Iron Man to the Avengers, right? Y'all know I love the Avengers. I love all things Marvel, right? And Iron Man really kicked that thing off. And Iron Man, in his first couple of movies, he was a solo act. He got in a cave, found him one little assistant, built the suit, went back home, built the better suit, and Iron Man was born. And in Iron Man 2, he does it again. In Iron Man 3, he does it again, right? But one of the things that evolved over time is that from Iron Man 1 to Iron Man 2, he had to add a co-star. He had to add somebody else. He added Rhodey, Iron Patriot, who also had abilities and could come and fight, but could fight from the stance of the government. So Rhodey was in government while Iron Man was free and he was secular. And then it just kept on growing and kept on adding. And that's one of the things that's got to happen in the church, is that we've got to make this shift from solo leaders and solo pastors, and we've got to move into super teams. This term super team really started to come up when LeBron and Chris Bosh went to Miami to join D Wade, and they formed the Heatles, the super team. And it was an amazing thing. But the beautiful thing about that team, and I watched almost all of their games in that period that they were together, them 4 years they were together, some of the best times I enjoyed in basketball. And one of the things that I loved is that Superman didn't have to be on every night. He didn't have to be on every night because there were other leaders who could step up and do it. And so what's going to happen is that these great leaders, instead of going somewhere and struggling on their own, they're going to begin to come together to work together for the sake of building something bigger than what we could build by ourselves. We are shifting from Iron Man to the Avengers. We're shifting from Superman to the Justice League. We are moving from this one leader who does everything to a team of leaders who can ensure that the church begins to strive. Come on, somebody put Avengers in the chat. Put Avengers in the chat. Somebody say that, Avengers. We are shifting to a time and a space where we're going to see high-level leaders. And I know this is true. And again, I've said this over and over, but I'm a part of such a team. And we were talking about that at staff meeting this morning, is that we literally have a super team. We literally have all these high-level leaders who could go out on their own and do some things. But we have decided to come together to do what we're called to do for the sake of the kingdom. And y'all, it is paying dividends. You see momentum. You see things moving faster than they would normally move, but it's because we are coming together. And so one of the things that we're going to see is a shift from solo acts to super teams. All right, y'all drop that Avengers in the chat. If you're on Facebook, if you're on LinkedIn, if you're on YouTube, wherever you're watching from, drop that in the chat. Avengers. All right. Here's the question I want you to ask: who's on your super team right now? And I want you to get this. I won't spend too much time here, but I want you to get this. There are different types of super teams. Some super teams are bought and some are built, right? And neither is wrong. Some are bought and some are built. All right. The Miami Heat is one where I would use the term bought. And I'm saying bought not just that they spent money on it, because all teams spend money on their players, but because those players were in other places, they left where they were to come together. Somehow in our culture, we push back against it, and we think it's worse if it's not organic. But it's okay to assemble a team if that team is going to help you accomplish the mission that Jesus is giving you. And then there are other teams that are built. The Oklahoma City Thunder, they drafted most of their players, not all of them, right? Because they traded for their superstar, for their number one player. But for the most part, they began to build it. The San Antonio Spurs, great example. In the early 2010s, they drafted that team. They drafted Tim Duncan. They drafted Ginobili. They drafted Kawhi. They drafted Tony Parker. All those different things. But you've got to ask who's on your super team. And either you're going to be able to look out and say, who could we come together with? How could I come together with somebody? Or you're going to begin to look around you and look at the people you have and say, how can I train them? One of the things I love about the Avengers is that even the Avengers have a training center. Oh my goodness. Come on, I'm blessing this. I'm blessing somebody right now. The Avengers have a training center. If you go and you watch the end credits of some of their early movies, one of the things that you see is that they assemble all of their super team in this place that is designed to tailor make to their gifts. Same thing with the X-Men. You had to go to the house and be there with Professor X, and he had a room that was tailored to everybody's superpowers so they could practice their superpowers without anybody getting hurt, without any impact to the outside world. And that's one of the things we've got to do in the church, is that we've got to prepare to shift from the solo act to the super team. All right. That's number one. All right. If that's blessing you, somebody let me know in the chat. Was that good for you? All right. Number one is to shift from solo acts to super teams. All right. Number two is that mergers and acquisitions are coming to the Black church. Mergers and acquisitions are coming to the Black church. This is important. Now, to be clear, this has been happening for years. For decades, this has been happening, but it has not been happening a lot in the Black church. It is not. Especially not from Black church to Black church. It's been happening, but it's not been happening in the Black church. And so one of the things that we're about to see is Black churches are about to catch up with the rhythm. And so what's going to happen is that you're going to see some of our stronger institutions help our weaker and dying institutions live on through mergers and acquisitions. All right. What am I talking about? Let's define those two terms. When we talk about a merger, we're talking about two organizations coming together to create something new. Two organizations coming together to create something new. Now, the name may or may not change, depending on, if there's a name that has a strong history or whatever it is, whatever. But the idea is that two churches, usually similar in season, similar in assets, similar in momentum, come together and say, hey, let's take these two churches of 20 people and let's build one church of 60 people. Right now, you heard what I said. I didn't say two churches of 20 people and build a church of 20 people, because when you bring two churches together, it is not addition, it's multiplication, because there are gifts that did not work in one of those churches that will work when those two churches come together and create a new strategy. And so when I talk about a merger, I'm talking about two churches that are similar coming together to create one church that is bigger, stronger, and better. When I talk about acquisitions, I'm talking about a strong church that is taking ownership of a younger church. So in general, if the smaller church or the dying church has a building, it has a couple of people, it has leaders, it has money in the bank, it will be acquired by the strong church, and those leaders who are willing to come, those assets are signed over, all those things begin to happen. And it can look a million different ways. Sometimes that dying church becomes a campus. Sometimes it gets sold and becomes something different. But mergers and acquisitions are coming to the Black church. Here is the old way of thinking. Dying churches are fighting for their lives to stay alive, even as they keep on dying. They're fighting. And they're going from 100 to 60 to 40. And even when they get down to 20 and 15 and 10 people, they're still trying to do it by themselves. And in some ways, it is insanity because they're doing the exact same things they've always done, hoping that things will change. And now there's one thing for a church to be declining and they change their strategy. They change their approach. They change how they're doing things in an effort to move things forward. But when the church is going down and it's clear that we cannot turn, you've got to do something different. And one of the things that's going to happen is that the stronger churches are going to serve the kingdom by absorbing the struggling churches. And what they're going to do is they're going to come in and they're going to help steward those resources and those people. And they're going to give them a new sense of mission to come together so that they can drive things ahead for the sake of the kingdom. Now, we've seen this happen in a couple of Black churches. I saw one of these happen. I won't call the name, but I saw one of these happen last year, late last year, I believe it is. Two pretty strong Black churches came together, but one was obviously stronger than the other. They merged together. One became a campus with that senior pastor becoming the campus pastor, and one kind of became the mother church, but they operated as one staff. So two campuses, but one vision, one staff. And that's something that we saw and we are going to see. And here's one of the things that you got to understand. Please hear me. Ego, history, and tradition have to get out of the way. If we're going to see our churches survive, you got to understand that ego, history, and tradition have got to get out of the way. Because here's one of the unfortunate truths. When a church has to go all the way to the level of a closure, not an acquisition, not a merger, but all the way to the level of the closure, there is a percentage of that congregation that never goes back to church because they were sure that they had found their community. They were sure that they had found their leader. They were sure they had found some people they could connect with. And when you go from having a church to cold turkey to nothing at all, some of those people don't recover, or it takes them a very long time to recover. And one of the best things that you could do is to go through a merger or acquisition that allows them to not only keep on going, but puts them in a place where maybe even they could go higher than where you could take them. I think that's important. And that's one of the things that we've got to start thinking about because it is coming to the Black church. All of our institutions that are struggling are going to see these opportunities, because if we don't, here's what's going to happen. We're going to sell our churches off, get a few dollars from it, and our churches are going to become breweries. They're going to become clubs. They're going to become police stations. These buildings, these institutions that people gave their lives for, to build and to erect, are no longer going to be churches. I pass by a church every day and it breaks my heart because a church was there for years. And rather than selling or offering their building to another church, they sold it to some other business. And now this church, they had the perfect location on a main highway, good parking, plenty of land to expand. A growing community. They were in a perfect situation. And they shut it down and just sold the building off instead of somehow paying it forward. I'm not saying you had to give it away, but there was a way to do it. And even sometimes in acquisitions, those who have poured their lives in, especially senior leaders and elders and teams who put up their own capital and their own gifts and things of that nature in order to do it. There are ways that you can do that and you still be honored as you go. But we've got to be thinking about this. All right. Here's a question I want to ask you. Would you rather see your church close its doors or merge and thrive under new leadership? I'm just asking a question. Would you rather see the church close or thrive under some new leadership? There is nothing wrong or embarrassing about admitting that as a leader, you did what you were supposed to do and you did what you could with what you had. And now your assignment is shifting. It's not ending, but it's shifting. It's shifting so that you can go from trying to do everything to merging in with another church and becoming a pastor of small groups or a pastor of discipleship or a men's pastor or a women's pastor or whatever it is. This is one of the shifts that's got to hit the Black church. And when it does, it's going to be one of the things that's going to help us thrive and continue to feed the revival that we see happening right now. I know this is happening I've been talking about this with my pastor because we get several calls about people wanting to merge and wanting to be extensions. As a matter of fact, we've got 4 campuses now. 2 of those were acquisitions, 2 of them. So now we're seeing more and more people coming and wanting to do it. And so we're building the blueprint for it. We're building the blueprint for it. And you're going to hear more about that in the near future. All right. So one of the things that we've got to do is that we've got to make the shift to mergers and acquisitions. Somebody do me a favor. Put this in the chat. Come together. Somebody put that in the chat. Put come together in the chat. Come together. All right. Let's keep going. Number 3. What is the third shift? Shift number 3 is we're going to see, oh my goodness, I'm excited about this. We're going to see niche churches in third spaces. Niche churches in third spaces. What am I talking about? When we talk about niche, we're talking about having a specific space that you serve. Okay. So for example, I've got a passion project that I'm working on called the Black Business Academy. And with the Black Business Academy, I am going to make it my mission to help Black entrepreneurs start a successful business and scale that business to $10,000 a month, right? That's going to be my heart. That's going to be my focus. I'm not promising people, hey, I'm going to show you how to make $1 million. I can't do that. I haven't made $1 million yet. All right. I have done well with our business, but I haven't made $1 million. But what I can show you how to do is I can show you pretty simply how to make your first $1,000. I can show you pretty simply how to make your first $5,000 or $10,000. And then I can show you eventually how to get to where that is consistent. And so what I'm doing, instead of saying, hey, I'm starting a business where I'm going to help all business owners, right? Because all business owners includes people who just getting started. It includes Fortune 500 companies. That includes millions of businesses across the world. And what they need could all be different. So I'm niching down. And so to niche down is to say, I'm going to find a small segment, or not even small, but I'm going to find a very focused and specific segment of people that I know I can help. And I'm going to focus on that group. Instead of wasting my energy trying to help everybody, I'm going to instead focus on helping the people that I know I can help. That's niching down. All right. That's what that means when I say I'm going to niche down, and we're going to get into it. So when I talk about niche churches in third spaces, all right, I define niche. So when I say a niche church is going to be a church that picks a specific people group and says, we are here for these people. We are here for these people right here, right? We're going to lean into it. We're going to go all in on these people right here, right? But then when I talk about third spaces, this is a term that I learned when I studied the story of, I think it was Howard Schultz and Starbucks, but I know it's Starbucks. I think it was Howard Schultz. But their goal was to become the third space in people's lives, right? So what their research said is people have 2 main spaces that are always primary in their life, their home and their job. And so what Starbucks says is we want to become the third space in people's lives. We want to become the third most important space where people want to spend time and want to be. This is why when you go to Starbucks, it is designed for you to stay a while. It's a smooth, warm, cozy atmosphere. You got tables, you got comfortable chairs. Some of them have couches. You've got free Wi-Fi. You've got an outdoor patio where you can sit outside and do your work and all those. They want it to be the third space. So that's why people go to Starbucks to work on their projects. They go to Starbucks to have meetings. They go to Starbucks to sit in there and read their books, right? And because they're in third spaces, and because they've created a third space, what else do people do while they're there? Obviously, they buy coffee. And so if you bring this into the church world, what I'm saying is we are going to shift from the old thinking that church only happens in a sanctuary. We are going to shift away from the thinking that church only happens in a sanctuary. And what we're going to discover is that we can create niche churches that become community hubs where your target audience already gathers. One of the things that's broken about the church model that we have right now, especially for our smaller, intimate churches, is that we keep asking everybody to come to us. And when they don't come, we lose. So when we're sitting in our sanctuaries with 20 or 30 people and we're saying, man, we want people to come and they don't come. Okay, they're not coming. Now what? And so what a niche church is going to say is church doesn't have to happen in the sanctuary. We can have church anywhere because the church is not a building. The church is a people. And so if the church is a people, then I can go and I can create and we can create new niche churches anywhere. So let me give you a couple of examples of a niche church. One idea, and I'm just giving you ideas that I have, right? You are free to steal this. All right. Somebody put that in the chat. You can steal this. You can steal this. All right. Everything I'm telling you is open to the public. You can have it. All right. Here are a couple of ideas for niche churches. One, a church that is for specifically targeting young creatives and their gathering, whatever that looks like, happens in a co-working space. Right? We see these co-working spaces pop up where people can go and rent a room or an office or just, pay a subscription and have a space to go and work throughout the day. Right? A church for young creators in a co-working space. Why? Because they already got their offices there to work. Why not then have a gathering there? If you want to take it to the next level and you got the space for it, you got a building you're not using, you got a facility that's just sitting up, create a co-working space in your church. Start a co-working space in your church. You got this church that used to have all these classrooms for Sunday school and all this kind of stuff, and y'all don't even have Sunday school anymore. Now turn it into a co-working space. Rent out each one of those classrooms for a monthly fee, and let people come over there and put life back in that church. Co-working space. Here's another one. A Bible study that happens in a coffee shop. Now we're starting to see this one a little bit with small groups and things of that nature. But have church, a Bible study, a gathering of believers in a coffee shop. When I went to London, that's one of the things I saw. I came across a bakery that was hiring women who were in a battered women's or women who were coming out of abusive situations, and they were hiring them to work in the bakery in the coffee shop, and in the back, 3 nights a week they had church. And when I talked to the pastor, he didn't tell me, "Oh, we having Bible study in the back." He said, "No, we have church 3 nights a week." He says, and we sit in the corner and we do it. And anybody who comes in and they're listening in, we invite them over. That's a niche church. That's a niche church. All right. Here's another one. Maybe your niche church could be a church for single mothers that happens at a daycare or a community center. Literally single mothers who may struggle to get babysitters, and their kids are always running around. And one of the reasons that they say no to a lot of opportunities in their lives is because they don't want to be disruptive to everybody else, and they don't want their kids running around and making noise. And so you go to a place where kids running around and making noise is normal, and you let the kids have a good time while the moms sit there and they have a faith discussion, or they do a Bible study, or they walk through a worship service, whatever it may be. All right. I'm going to give you one that's a little bit controversial. And my wife is not going to like me saying this, but I'm going to go ahead and say it anyway. All right. But I'm sorry, baby. I just know how we are. But one of the ideas that I had is I really would like to do a small group called Sticks and Stones. All right. Sticks and Stones. All right. So a couple of years ago, I discovered cigars, and it's one of the few places, a cigar lounge is one of the few places in my life right now that I get to engage with unchurched people, right? Where I can sit and have a really honest conversation, but the guy's guard is down. He's not being awkward. Matter of fact, I had one such conversation today. I'm sitting talking to a guy, and he pretty clearly is not a believer. He was talking about a lot of stuff. To be honest with you, some of it was borderline racist, right? And we having this conversation, and we start talking politics, and he was shocked that I was as knowledgeable as I was, and I was shocked that he was as knowledgeable as he was on some stuff. And so we just sat there and talked. But by the end of that conversation, I steered it back to faith. And I'm sitting there and talking to that guy, and he's just looking like, because I didn't tell him until the end. I was like, well, yeah, I'm a pastor. I preach over here and do this all out. And he looked at me like, what? And so one of the things I would love to do is I'd love to do a men's Bible study called Sticks and Stones. Sticks, because that's kind of the slang for a cigar, but stones indicative of the story of David. And when he defeated Goliath, he picked up 5 smooth stones, these stones that had been weathered by the water, by the elements. They were smooth, they were aerodynamic, they were focused. He picked up these 5 smooth stones, and that's how he defeated the giant in his life. And I want to do a Bible study where I can sit around with guys as we have a cigar together and we just talk about slaying the giants in our lives, using the story and the example of David and the other, giant slayers in scripture, from Jesus to Peter to Paul to everybody else in between. Those are going to be niche churches and third spaces. It's where you're going to be willing to go to people. And I know this sounds far-fetched, but let me tell you something. When a culture goes post-Christian, we saw this in England. When a church goes post-Christian, people stop coming to us. And the only way to reach them is to go to them. And I know some of you are listening right now. I told y'all over and over. I went to a Bible study on Nehemiah in a bar while the preacher was drinking warm beer as he taught the Bible study. And I'm sitting there with my Southern, from the South, conservative Bible Belt self. I'm sitting there just as uncomfortable. They keep offering me beer and I'm saying no. And they looking at me like, what's wrong with you? Like, that's what everybody does here. And I'm like, nah, I'm good. And I'm sitting there saying no. And we think we will say no until we come to grips with the reality that people aren't coming to us. And so one of the things that's going to be so beautiful about these niche churches and third spaces is the cost of them are going to be low, because you're not going to have to own a building. You may not even have to rent a building, because most people would be excited that you bring people to their space. And so when I say to somebody, hey, look, I'm bringing people to your coffee shop for a Bible study, I just want to make sure I can use this back room. Then one of the things that's going to happen is that they're going to be grateful, because the people I bring who come for Bible study are also going to support their business. So it's going to lower your cost. So instead of having to pay thousands of dollars a month for a building, you're going to be able to take all the resources you have and put them in the ministry. You can afford a team, you can afford outreach, you can afford technology, you can afford all the things you need. Number 2, it's going to be less intimidating for outsiders. If I'm doing service in a community center that you already come to, that's going to be an easier thing for you to do. That's why movie theater church was so popular a while ago, right? It's easy to come to a movie theater because I go to the movies all the time, right? And so it's one of those things where it's going to make it easier, and you're going to have immediate community engagement. What better way to engage with your community than to be able to say to a business, we believe in you, we're going to support you, and every time we gather, we're pouring into your business. When we come in here for Bible study, I'm going to have at least 2 cups of coffee and a Danish or something. And if it's 10 of us or 20 of us, we all will do the same. Who would say no to that, right? And so one of the things we've got to understand is that we are shifting from sacred spaces to shared spaces. Now, to be clear, I'm not talking about everybody, right? But this is one of the things that's going to rise. We will always have some sacred spaces, some churches that have their edifice and they have the strength to do it and to do it well. But we're going to see an uptick in churches that are starting in shared spaces. All right. Here's a question I have for you, especially if you are a church of, I would say, 30 or fewer people. If your sanctuary disappeared tomorrow, where could you have church? Where in your community could you have church? Where could you have church? All right. Where could you have church? I want you to think about that. Where could you have church? I love that's so good, Josephine. She says, love third spaces, but not compromising. Absolutely. You can be in a third space, but you don't have to become the space you're in. You can be in a third space without becoming it. And so it's important that we get that, is that we've got to understand what that means and what that looks like to really go ye therefore. What does that mean? Does that mean just go invite people to church? Or does that mean go be the church? All right. When the church dispersed, they didn't just go out to say, hey, y'all, we over here in Samaria, but we're trying to get you back to Jerusalem. No, they went to Samaria and to the ends of the earth to say, hey, we the church everywhere we go. All right. So that's third spaces. All right. So we have got to embrace third spaces. All right. If that's good for you, do me a favor, drop the number 3 in the chat. Drop the number 3 in the chat. Let me know you got it. Third spaces. Drop the number 3 in the chat. Okay. Important. Remember this. It's not the building that's holy. It's the people who are. It's not the building that's holy. It's the people. So we got to embrace third spaces. All right. Number 4, and I'm going through these quickly, but I'll go ahead and tell y'all, I'm going to spend the next few weeks diving into these some more. So we'll spend some more time where I'll give you some more strategy around this in the next few weeks. All right. But here's another thing that's going to happen. I'm super excited about this one. Shift number 4 is that micro churches are going to become legitimate. Micro churches are going to become legitimate. All right. Why am I saying this? Here's the old way of thinking. The old way of thinking is that if a church is small, if a church doesn't have 100 people, if it doesn't have a full sanctuary, it's failing. And that is not true. Just because a church is small does not mean it's struggling or failing. It might absolutely be fulfilling the mission that God has called it to fulfill. It is not, it cannot be, please hear me, y'all. It cannot be the goal of every church to just be as big as possible. We need to be effective. And if you want to know the truth, growth is a byproduct of effectiveness. Growth should not be our goal. Effectiveness should be our goal. And if effectiveness is our goal, then we will begin to see whatever growth is available to us. But we've got to let go of this old thinking that small means struggling and failing. Small means it doesn't. If you can be a small church with 20 people, but if you love your people well, you develop your people well, and you manage your finances well, you could be thriving. You could absolutely be thriving at what you're called to do, whatever your mission is. All right. So here's the new thinking. Micro churches are going to become a respected model in the church. Because if I could be honest, I know some micro churches that are healthier than mega churches. I'm going to say it again. I know some micro churches that are healthier than mega churches because people don't fall through the cracks. They may not have systems yet, but they're small enough to where if somebody's missing, we notice. And so we just go by their house or we just call them, right? I understand that this is the way we've always thought, but let me unburden somebody. Let me unburden a leader who's out there. If you are leading a church with 50 or fewer people, I need you to understand you are not failing. You just need to be faithful to the mission that God has given you, and size will eventually take care of itself. But micro churches, this is a big shift we're going to see. Our minds on this is going to change as the average church in America has now fallen below 60. And I believe anytime you see those numbers nationally, you got to know that in the Black church is even smaller. So if the average Black church is 40 or 50 people, I need you to understand that we're about to come into a shift where micro churches are going to be legitimized. And they've always been legitimate, but the opinion of them is going to change. We're going to shift from seeing them as, man, they got a little small, they ain't doing much, to, man, they are really doing well at what they're called to do. And all you got to do is focus on being excellent at what you do. You just got to be excellent at what you do. And that's super, super important. All right. Micro churches are going to be important. So look at this. Here's a couple of things that are going to come out of micro churches. Number one, you're going to see more high touch discipleship. You know, in micro churches, they may not necessarily have a class to train ministers and deacons, but the pastor might just invite the ministers and deacons to walk with him and train them one-on-one. Right? It's not a big thing you got to sign up for. You say you want to do it, and they start walking you through the process. Right? You're going to see high touch discipleship. And that's going to replace anonymous attendance. Because that's another thing that happens a lot in larger churches. It's really easy to be anonymous. It's really easy to be there, but not be seen, not be known, not be heard. That's going to change. Another thing you're going to see is intimate settings. Is we're going to embrace, like, man, let's be in a room where it's like 10 to 40 of us. And if we're in a room with 10 to 40 of us, man, let's really get to know each other really well. Let's really dive into this and make sure that people understand what we're doing and where we're headed. Like, let's really spend time loving on each other, right? Because the truth be told, there are so many pastors who go through a grieving period. I went through this. When your church grows past about 100 to 125, as a leader, you go through a grieving process because before 100, you know everybody. Once you start passing 125, You can show up on Sunday and see somebody on the door that you may not fully know. Once you grow past 100, you can see people in church and not intimately know them. You go from you touching every person to you touching leaders who touch every person, right? And it becomes hard. I think on average, the average human can sustain 20 deep relationships at one time, 20 significant relationships at one time. And so this is going to be the superpower of micro churches, is that they're going to be able to go deep, and not just wide or high, but they're going to be able to go deep with people. It's going to matter. Another thing that's going to happen in these micro churches is you're going to see such a deep transformational focus, is that you're going to see this focus on transformation, where we're going to measure success by life change and not just attendance numbers. See, larger churches have to measure by attendance numbers because they're too big to really track life change well. They can't track life change well unless, like, you are killing it with your systems and your small groups and all that kind of stuff like that. But in an intimate church, in a micro church, you can track life change. You can tell when Susie, who came off the street, has all of a sudden is ushering and greeting. You can tell when somebody who came in not believing came in because their mama made them, and now they've grown up in the church, and you can see who they are. You can see those things in micro churches, and that's going to be a big deal. The last thing you're going to see is you're going to see a real structure. We're going to see micro churches begin to band together. One of the fallacies that we have right now that I hope to be a part of changing in the Black church is that all of our small churches go to conferences led by people who have big churches. And we try to do what they do when we don't have what they have. And so as a result, we just go back home frustrated. I remember I did that. I made some terrible mistakes in my leadership because I was taking advice. I had a church at that time of 125, and I was taking advice from somebody who had 10,000. No, sir, no, ma'am. What's going to happen is that with these micro churches, and this is what we hope to do with the Underdog Conference, is we want to create a space for the underdogs to understand we have a community where we can learn from each other. We don't have to try to do what the super charismatic, superstar-led church does, because that's not going to work for us. I'm not that charismatic. I don't do that. That's not going to work for me. And so we're going to see a network break out. And so what we're going to see coming up very soon, small will no longer mean insignificant. It will no longer mean insignificant. And some of the greatest moves of God are going to happen in places and in rooms where everybody knows your name. Everybody knows your name. So here's my question. Is your church measuring success by size or transformation? Are you measuring church and measuring success by size or transformation? All right. If number 4, if that was good for you, somebody drop the word deep in the chat. Put deep in the comments. Put deep in the comments. We got to do it. Come on, Pastor Josephine. Let's make it viral. We want to help the body. Because I know there are so many leaders out there who are living under the weight of trying to be something they were never called to be. And we got to help them out. All right. So everybody drop deep in the chat. If you're getting what I'm putting down, drop deep in the chat. Drop deep in the chat. All right. I'm about to pull up Facebook because I hadn't been able to see Facebook from where I'm sitting. But I'm going to pull it up so I can make sure I can see your comments on Facebook and I can respond to you there. All right. That's number 4. All right. Let's go to number 5. We got our last 3. And I'm excited about this one because this is one that we've been seeing already, but we're getting ready to see more. All right. Here's what's going to happen. Another shift. Number 5 is we are going to see digital discipleship be perfected. Here's another shift that's coming. Digital discipleship is going to be perfected. All right. I need y'all to grab this. I know digital discipleship is one of those things that is happening already. It's already going. People are already doing it. People are already in it. But what's about to happen is that we are about to see it be perfected. And when it gets perfected, people are going to get strong with it. People are going to get good with it. It's going to become the norm. All right. So let's break down what I'm talking about. All right. So the old way and the current way of thinking is that live streaming and digital ministry was a pandemic necessity, not a long-term strategy. We have approached digital as though it was something that we should have as a backup. That online ministry and digital discipleship and online church is only there to minister to people who are not at the church yet, or for people who can't be there on a weekend to engage. That's how we're approaching digital discipleship. And we know we're approaching it that way because many of our churches still have an online service and not an online campus. That's how we know we're approaching it as a backup plan, because an online service says, come watch us have church. And that's what most of us have. We have a camera set up. You can watch us have church. We're not necessarily engaging with you. We're not giving you new resources. We're not doing it. We're not creating communities. We're just saying, come watch us have church. That's online service. An online campus says everything that we think is valuable about the church in person, we're trying to build a parallel for in the digital space. And the digital space is not a transitional space, but it is a permanent space that we are prepared if that's the only space that people ever engage with us. And so what's going to happen is that in the future, with this shift, emerging churches are going to embrace full-scale digital ministry, meaning that you can get worship, you can get teaching, you can get small group, you can get pastoral care, you can get leadership development, you can get all of that stuff completely online. In the future, the Black church is going to perfect digital discipleship. We're going to come into a space and place where we perfect digital discipleship. It's going to happen. Go ahead and get ready for it. We're going to come into that space and we're going to perfect it. We're going to know how to do it. We're going to know what it is, and we're going to lean into it. We're going to lean into it. All right. We're going to see an emergence of churches who have digital pastors. We're going to see that. I was on staff at a mega church a couple of years ago. And one of the first things that I did when I was on staff is I started putting together a job description for an online pastor, for a digital pastor. I did it myself for a couple of months, maybe a year, to work out the kinks and to figure out how do you engage with people who are watching on YouTube, watching on Facebook, and watching on your website all at the same time. And I figured out I would sit there, we'd have 3 screens open, and I'm responding to people, and I'm posting prayer links and all of this kind of stuff. And eventually we created the virtual prayer room and the virtual altar call where people could click a Zoom link at the altar call where we're doing altar call in person. Pastor looked at the screen and said, hey, look, if you want somebody to pray with you, want to take a next step, click that link in the chat right now. We've got our virtual prayer team is ready to pray with you. They're ready to help you take the next step. And I've actually started to travel. I haven't done it as much lately, but I started traveling, going around training denominations and churches and their teams on how to build that system, how to build an online prayer room to perfect their digital discipleship. And that's one of the things that we are going to see really emerge. The 5th shift that we're going to see is that we are going to perfect digital discipleship. So we're going to have churches that have online pastors. We're going to see churches that have online greeters and online children's ministry. We're going to see it to where parents can log on and watch the live stream, and kids go pull out their iPads and open up a Zoom link, and they're going to be able to get ministry just for kids. We're going to see those things begin to happen. We're going to see more churches have digital new members classes, which is one of the things that we build for our partners in our program. Online new members classes so people can join the church and in real time, really have an opportunity to plug in and to be a part of what's happening. And so we're going to begin to see this. We're going to see digital small groups where people come together, especially in micro churches. You can take one small group, one Zoom link, create Zoom breakout rooms, and send people to their different groups. And all small groups can be happening at one time. You open up together, go into your group, and then you come back together to close out. All of those things are going to be happening, and it is going to help fuel the revival that we are currently seeing in the church, and that we will see in the church, rather. It's going to help fuel it, but it's going to become because we're going to embrace digital as a real option. There are some leaders who have a gift that needs to be poured into somebody who lives across the country or across the world. And you cannot do that if you're only stuck in one dimension. You've got to become multidimensional, which means you've got to be able to operate in the physical, but also in the digital. We call it phygital. You've got to be a phygital leader. And so we're going to see an emerging of phygital leaders so that we'll see that there are going to be revivals that are going to be sparked by pastors who never stand in a pulpit. They're going to be doing it from a digital platform because that's going to be an opportunity that is going to be open and the church is going to step into it. All right. And we'll talk more about this. But here's a question I want you to ask. Are you investing in your digital footprint, or are you treating it like an afterthought? Are you investing in your digital footprint? Are you putting effort into how you do online ministry, digital ministry? That's going to be one of the major shifts that's going to make a major difference in the church as we go forward, but we have got to embrace it. We've got to embrace it. All right. Come on. Look, if that was a blessing for you, somebody put the number 5 in the chat. Let me know that it's blessing you. Number 5, I'm going to give you these last 2. And then we'll close. I know I'm going through these quickly, but I wanted to set the pace. And then I'm going to come back and we're going to talk about some of these more over the next few weeks. We're going to dive into it and we're going to get into it. My wife said to me last week, she said, man, you give all of this content, all of this stuff, all of this wisdom, and then you move on to something else and people still trying to digest what you gave the first time. And so I'm learning my lesson. And so what I'm going to be doing is after we run through these 7 over the next few weeks, we're going to dive into another of the 7 every week. And we're going to keep on going deep dive. So in the next 60 days or so, you'll have a very, very full picture of how you can dive into whatever God's called you to do and a strategy to do it. All right. Number 6. What's the number 6? And this is another good one I'm super excited about. And if I must say so myself, but we're going to see more coaches and consultants in the church, and they are going to replace the generalist. They're going to replace the generalist. What do I mean by that? A generalist is somebody who is okay at a lot of things, but not great at anything. Okay. They're okay at a lot of things, but not great at anything. Meaning that I'm a leader that you tell me what you need to do and I can go in and at least get it done. I'm not passionate about it. It's not something I spend a whole lot of time growing in. I don't spend a whole lot of time preparing for it. I don't spend a whole lot of time trying to perfect it. It's just something that I just happen to be able to do. And so I do it. But what we're going to see with this shift is we're going to see a shift from generalist, which is what I talked about a little bit earlier, which is pastors who kind of do it all. And we're going to go more into specialists. All right. So here's the current thinking. The current thinking is that there are a few leaders who are expected to do and know everything. And so for this reason, most senior leaders, especially, are at a disadvantage because you're expected to be able to preach an on-time word, to be able to give a prophetic word, maybe do deliverance, do counseling if people need counseling. You're expected to be able to have a vision for the youth ministry and to put a strategy together for ushers and to plan the special events and to do all these kinds of things. And as a result, you do a lot of things okay, but nothing really, really great. And so what's going to happen now is that churches are going to begin to lean more on specialized coaches and consultants. And I'm seeing this, right? Listen, y'all know what I do for a living, so I'm living this as we speak. Right now, I am seeing more churches and more leaders willing to seek help. I was speaking with a leader either today or yesterday, and they said to me, look, we have just come to the reality that if we knew how to build these systems on our own, we would have built it by now. And it's like we've been over here trying to recreate the wheel, and somebody will start it and not know how to finish it. And they were like, look, we don't want to do it. So if you already got it, we just want to use what you have. And I'm like, all right, bet. And that's what we're going to see more of. We're going to see people stop trying to bootstrap everything. At some point, the church has to come to a place where you operate like an organization of excellence, which means you have got to stop trying to do everything the easy and cheap way. Because here's one of the things I can guarantee you. What's the cheapest is never the best, and what's the best is never the cheapest. I think I'm going to say that again. What's the cheapest is never the best, and what's the best is never the cheapest. And if we keep trying to do things the long way, we're slowing up our process. Because here's the reality. If you really put your mind to it, you could absolutely create systems for your church. But it's going to take a year that you could have been spending on expanding and building people into the mission. It's going to take so much attention and focus that's going to throw you off. Listen, in our own company right now, I will admit, I can build websites. And I started off building websites. And for our first few churches, I built the websites and I love doing it. And I can do it right now. But I could also find somebody, bring them on staff and say, hey, I want you to do nothing but websites. And so now you're in an area where you're a specialist, and I can focus on the area where I'm a specialist. And I can say, I'm going to be available to talk to pastors for 6 hours out of my day, every single day. I want to be available to talk to pastors. I don't want to have to say, no, I can't meet with this pastor today because I'm over here building a website that somebody else can build. And so, well, you know what I did? I went and hired a specialist. Same thing with social media. I can do social media, but I went and hired a specialist. And she's doing a way better job of it than I was doing. She's more intentional about it. She cares about it. She's more attentive to detail than I would be. And I love that because I was just trying to get the content out because I got to hurry up and do this so I can get back over here and do this thing. And what we're going to see in the church is that we're going to come to the point where we stop trying to do everything ourselves and we get people who are professionals at what we do. Here are a couple of specialists that are going to emerge. And if you are a senior leader, here are some specialists that you need to be thinking about. Obviously, number one, church systems. If you don't know what church systems are and how to implement them so that you can move forward, because your size and speed come down to your systems and structures. That's Sam Chan. How big you get and how fast you can make change. It's all about the systems you have in place, which is your processes, and the structures you have in place, which is your people. If you don't get people and process right, your size and speed are always going to be limited. Let me stop right there for a second. Because that's where some of you are. You're wondering, why does it take us so long to get things done? Systems and structures. It's your people and your processes. If you get your people and your processes cleaned up, size and speed become easier. And so here are some areas where you need it. Number one is church systems. Number two is going to be digital strategies. Instead of trying to make up social media as you go or treating your social media pages like an announcement board where all you do is announce what's coming up in church and nobody is seeing it because it's only going to people who follow you, and because the people who follow you are not engaging with it, that it's the algorithm is not pushing it out. And so you're not getting any engagement on it. You're going to go to digital strategists who say, hey, look, here's what we do. Here's how we let people know who you are. Here's how we let people know, that you exist, that you're there. Here's how we do it. The third kind of leader that I think we're going to see people go to is going to be financial coaches. You're going to go to somebody who understands how to maximize church finance, how to set it up right, how to make sure that you're doing the things you need to do, how to make sure that you position your church right, who can help you get grants, who can help you figure out what church-based business is best for you. You're going to start going to financial people. And you think about that. And then fourth is going to be leadership development. I know every pastor thinks and feels almost like a guilt, like it's your responsibility to develop the leaders in your church, and to a degree it is. But there's nothing wrong with getting help. If you don't know how to do it, get some help. We've got a church that's way down south, South Texas. They're even down past Padre Island and all that kind of stuff like that. But they're getting ready to come into our program. And one of the primary reasons that they're coming in is he said, man, I just need help building leaders at a better rates, at a better clip. We've got all these people around, but I just need to build some strategy. And so a part of what we're going to be doing with them is helping them build a leadership development strategy. Right. And so that's one of the things we're going to start to see. And here's one of the things I want you to get in this. This is so good. Listen, what I'm about to say next is going to be so valuable. So please grab this. Please grab this. You have got to understand that every person who helps your church doesn't have to be in your church. My goodness, I need you to get this. Every person who helps your church doesn't need to be in your church. The person, you could hire a virtual assistant to run your church's social media, and it costs you less than $100 a week. Maybe even less than $100 a month if you do it right. And they could be living somewhere in the Philippines or in South America. And they can have your social media jumping without ever stepping foot in your church. If you can provide the content, if they know where to go grab your videos off of YouTube, and you can tell them about what's coming up and what's going on in church, the people who help your church don't have to be in your church every Sunday. That's an old way of thinking. They do not have to be there. They just need to be able to communicate what you're asking them to communicate. And that is true for so many different roles, is that they don't have to be there. Your bookkeeper doesn't need to be a member of your church. Your QuickBooks specialist doesn't need to be a member of your church. Your social media strategist doesn't need to be a member of your church. I'll blow your mind even further. The person who is your online pastor might live in another state, but deeply believe in your vision. And so what we've got to understand is that the world has opened up and everybody is grabbing this, and the church has got to get on board. We can't keep being 20 years behind on everything. We still getting screens. We still trying to figure out live streaming, and the rest of the world has been doing this stuff for 30 years. We've got to get on board with what's happening and what's going on so that we stay on the cutting edge, all right? You're called to shepherd as a pastor, as a leader. But even Moses had Jethro. Even Moses had Aaron, had her, had other people who came and who solved the problem they couldn't solve. Moses wasn't finna take his old self down there and swing that sword in the valley. No, Joshua, you go down there and swing that sword. And Aaron and y'all arms up. Now we're going to have to move to specialists. We're going to have to move to specialists. We're going to have to move to specialists. All right. We're going to move from generalists to specialists. All right. Here's a question I got for you. What's one area where you need outside help? What's one area of your ministry, of your church, where you need outside help? What's one area where you need outside help? And I want you to start thinking about how you can get it. All right. What do you think about it? For those of you who are part of our programs, if this is resonating with you, man, look, all you got to do is reach out. Just let me know. Shoot me a message, shoot me a text, and just let me know. And let's start figuring this thing out for you. All right. Let's start figuring this thing out. All right. If that was good for you, somebody drop the word coach in the chat. Somebody put coach in the chat. Man, listen, every great player needs a coach. LeBron James got coaches. Tom Brady had coaches. Deion Sanders had coaches. Michael Jordan had coaches. Serena Williams had coaches. Everybody needs a coach. Floyd Mayweather got coaches. Everybody needs a coach. I don't care how good you are. Everybody needs a coach because there's something you don't see. There's something you don't see. All right. So if this is helping you, this has been a blessing to you. Somebody drop coach in the chat. We're about to go to number 7 as you do that. All right. Last one, but not least. And this is another big one. And this is one that I have spoken about before, but we are going to see it. We are going to move from denominations to relational networks. Hear me. Hear what I'm saying. Please hear me, as I am saying this as somebody with no dog in this fight, but I am reading the signs of the times. The denominational bubble is going to burst. Hear me. The denominational bubble is going to burst. And the reason it's going to burst is because even as many denominations are bringing in new leadership with new vision and new outlooks, the red tape and bureaucracy is too intricate for them to really move things fast. And so what is happening is that there is an emerging generation of leaders who never got to experience the full value of these denominations. Meaning, there's an emerging generation of leaders who have come along in a denomination, that no longer has the resources to help them plant churches. Y'all hear me? And I'm saying this, even as I'm saying it, like my heart is beating fast right now because what I'm saying is so heavy on me. And I'm saying this as somebody who's a product of a denomination. I grew up in a denomination. I found Jesus as a part of a denomination. So all of that stuff is near and dear to my heart. But here's one of the things that's happening. The pastors who are leading today can't call the denomination and get financial support when they get in a tight spot because the leaders leading the denomination are struggling. A pastor who wants to plant a church today, in many cases, can't call the denomination and say, how do I set up this digital ministry? Because they don't have it either. And so what's happening is the denominations, many of them, not all, but many of them, I believe, are going to fade out with a generation. They're going to fade out with a generation because these leaders who are 40 and under do not have the same benefits other than the joy of those who just like having church. There are some leaders who will always like having church because that's what a lot of denominational setups have become. Like, let's get together and let's have church. Or let's get together and let's learn how to preach better. And what they're discovering is those things are good, but those are not the things that really move the needle in the way that they need them to. And again, I say this over and over again. Preaching is always going to be valuable and it's always going to be one of the primary things that we must do in the church. But we have to realize in the world that we live in, people can get the best preaching in the world online. If all you can offer is good preaching, I can sit at home and listen to whoever I think is a good preacher online. I can sit at home and listen to T.D. Jakes. I can sit at home and listen to Vodi Bakum. I can sit at home and listen to Darius Daniels. I can sit at home and listen to Stephen Furtick. I can sit at home and listen to whoever else you want to name. All right. I can sit at home and listen to these people. So if preaching is all we got, I ain't going to get it. And so what's happening is the things that really move the needle, most denominations aren't addressing. Most denominations aren't teaching systems. Most denominations aren't giving us a blueprint to develop leaders. Most denominations aren't giving us a blueprint to go and have an impact in the community. Most denominations can't help us go get a building anymore. There was a time where, again, if you were in a denomination, they might have had a building across the street. But our denominations have gone through so many tough times. We sold them buildings. We sold those buildings to keep the association afloat, to keep the state convention afloat, right? We have sold those things because they were no longer serving us. And so as a result, we are getting ready to see a shift from these denominational boundaries because we're discovering that there are people outside of my stream who are succeeding at what I'm struggling with. And in the past, I would not learn from them because they were outside of the bounds of my denomination. And that's dumb. Because if they can help me, I can take their principles without changing my doctrine. And so what's going to happen is that we're going to see church gathering around relational networks that are more based on shared vision, more based on resources, more based on broad theology, not specific theology of primary doctrines, not secondary doctrines. We're going to see people begin to gather that way because they're going to be able to get the help that they need. That's one of the reasons that we built simple systems the way we did, is because within it, there's a de facto fellowship where almost every time we get on a call, we're connecting two pastors together. We're saying like, hey, you and y'all would get along really well. Y'all are in similar situations. Hey, y'all exchange information. I want y'all to talk after this. It's a de facto network of sorts because we've got all these pastors from Alaska to California, Florida, and New York, and everywhere in between. And so what we're saying to them is, hey, we want y'all to connect around these things. And then once a year we get together. But when we get together, we don't get together to have church. we get together to plan the next year we're getting ready to go into. So we all go into it prepared. And we're going to see a rise in that. And I'm saying this, the denominational bubble is going to burst. And it's going to burst because one day we're going to wake up and we're going to realize that we are missing a generation because we've had a bunch of leaders, not necessarily top leaders, but leaders in general, who have held on to titles that they no longer fulfill. That we've got people in our denominations who are leading the missions department and they don't do missions. We got 60-year-olds leading the Young Ministers Coalition. And it's just, it is not going to end well. The denominational bubble is going to burst. And you partner that with the fact that we have leaders who go to conference after conference without seeing change. They go to all these conferences and they come back to the same struggle. They go to all these gatherings 2 and 3 and 4 times a year and they come back to the same problems. And so what you're going to see is you're going to see more relational connections. And so it's going to be less about the titles and more about the relationships. Can you help me in these trenches? I know you, Bishop, and I know you, President of this, and I know you, Prelate, and I know you, this and the other. That's great. Man, I'm down here in the mud. Can you help me do what I got to do while I'm in this mud? You ain't got to bring me out, but can you help me thrive while I'm in it if this is where God wants me to be? That's one of the things going to happen. All right, here's the question I want to ask you. I'm going to close out. Are you connected to a structure or to a community? If you're connected to a structure, you're just sitting down here and authority is sitting up here. And you may not be getting any of what you need down here because whoever is up here may not be equipped or in a season where they can give it to you. And I'm not saying that they're wrong. I get it. But if you're connected to a community, instead of being like in a structure, you're more so here. And you're in a space where you're in a circle where you can connect and plug in and be a part of the things that's going on. All right. If that helped y'all, somebody just drop shift in the chat. All right. I'm going to close out shift in the chat. This has been one of our longer episodes, but I had to give this to you. And so I want to close out with this challenge because here's where we got to go. Here's my challenge to you. The Black church has survived every storm it's been through, 100%. The Black church has survived 100% of the storms that it's ever been through, from slavery to Jim Crow to segregation to, redlining to anything you could name. The church has survived it. The Black church has survived it. And it will survive the next one. But the reason we survive all those things is because we adapt. We adapt. I was reminded of how we communicated during times of slavery. Is that so our conversation wouldn't be picked up as suspicious? They started singing messages. And so they would hide messages in their songs, hide instructions in their songs, hide directions in their songs. They adapted. And the way that the church is going to survive in the future is that we got to adapt. We got to adapt. The Black church has got to adapt. Every church, we've got to adapt to what is coming. And one of the things that we've got to do is that we've got to embrace the fact that as leaders, we can no longer just be pastors, but we must embrace the rest of the fivefold. You got to be a prophet too. You got to be able to look down the road and see what's coming. You cannot just operate as if things will always be the way they've always been. You've got to have the ability to look down the road and say, here's what's coming. And I'm trying my best to pour out the small fraction of wisdom and insight that God has given me to say to you, here are some of the shifts that I see. I see them happening right now. I'm watching them every single day happen. And what I'm recognizing is that if we don't embrace the shifts that are relevant to us, then we're going to be a could have been story and not a success story. And so my challenge to you is to embrace what's coming. All right. I'm going to get ready to close in a word of prayer, but I want to say a couple of things. All right. There are a couple of things because I'm always trying to create opportunities to see many of you get what you need and to see many of you be able to embrace the shifts that God has called you into, has put into you. Right. And so if you want some help, we've got some programs that can help. Right. One, I'm going to talk about both of those programs. One of those programs is called Church Systems in a Box. I'm putting a link to it right now in the chat. And Church Systems in a Box is a DIY program where if you believe that if we gave you all the tools, all the systems, all the things that you needed, all the instruction, coaching call every Sunday night, that you could go back and you can implement it, that's the program for you. All right. So you can join Church Systems in a Box and you can plug in and you can be a part of, learning what you need to learn, taking the next steps, whatever it is. But then we also have a program called the Church Systems Bootcamp. And that program is much more hands-on. With that program, my team becomes your team. And not only do we give you the instruction, but we hold your hand to help you build it. And that program adapts to each church. Now, we don't do a lot of those. I've only got space because I've got a church who's coming into that program on Thursday. I've only got space for one other church to come into that Church Systems Bootcamp because that one I have to keep tight to the vest because I'm very involved in it. And so I'm talking to the pastor on a regular basis. I'm helping you think through stuff. I'm helping you customize. I'm helping you figure out your unique context and things of that nature. And we're rebuilding your vision. We're putting clarity to your vision and all this kind of stuff like that. But if that's what you need, our Church Systems Bootcamp is for you. So whether you need your handheld or you think you can do it on your own with just a little bit of group coaching, then either one of them are there for you. You can click the link in the chat. If you don't see it in the chat, go to getchurchsystems.com. And when you go to getchurchsystems.com, you will see a link to both programs right there. All right. And all you need to do is let me know if you want to be a part of one of those programs. Just let me know in the chat. Say, I want to join. And for our boot camp, for some of those programs, we have scholarships available. And so if you want to take that last boot camp space, let me know in the chat. I'll reach out to you after this and we can talk about it. But you've got to start taking some steps to move forward. One of the things I'm also doing is I'm going to send out a link later on, maybe either tonight or tomorrow via email. But I'm heartbroken by the number of churches that are not following up with people well, that aren't following up with people. And as a God is sending you people and they're coming in and going right back out the door. And that is breaking my heart. And so I'm creating a resource that will help you put together a airtight follow-up system in less than 7 days. It's literally going to be 7 videos, each of them 10 minutes or less. They're going to be 5 to 10 minutes per video. And all you've got to do is I'm going to give you some tools, some PDFs. I'm going to give you an email template. I'm going to give you a text message template. I'm going to give you all of these things to go with it. And I'm going to make that available to you, right? I'm going to put it together. I think it's going to be $19 is what I'm going to do it for, just so that can cover the cost of all the different automations that come along with it. So when you signed up and I send it to you via email, I send it to you via text message, it'll help cover all those communication costs and things of that nature. But literally, I'm going to give you the whole system for $19. And so I'm going to be sending that out soon. If you don't have airtight follow-up, I need to tell you right now, you need to be the first one to get it. You need to be the first one to grab it and get that resource and start going through it. Don't wait. Don't think about it. Don't dilly-dally. Get it and start going through it so that you can really start to make the progress that you need to make. All right. So I'm going to put that together. It's going to go out here, like I said, either tonight or tomorrow. I'll send you the message for it. And then I'll start releasing the videos this weekend. And so it'll be out there for you. All right. So listen, I want to pray for you. I want to pray over you. Listen, if this has been helpful for you, can you let me know in the chat? Let me know. I want to feature some of your comments. What's your biggest takeaway from what we've shared tonight? You let me know what your biggest takeaways are. I want to put them on screen, and I want to have a little bit of conversation with you and engage with you a little bit around some of the things that you shared. All right. So take a moment, start dropping that in. I see some of y'all coming forward and have been sharing some things. I love this. Tiffany Pierce, or is it Tiffany? Tiffany Pierce. She said, knowledge is power. Absolutely. Look, we got to be on top of it. We got to be on top of it. We got to make sure that we understand what's going with it. Elder Heath, he said, this is good stuff, man. Absolutely. To God be the glory. Look at this. Miss Page, she said, this is good. I did this and grew my volunteer staff to 100 people outside my church. Listen to that. Y'all hear that? Like, that is absolutely strong. That is absolutely strong because it's possible. All the stuff is there. We just got to lean into it. We just got to deal into it. We got to dive into it. All right. We got to get into what's going on and what's happening. All right. Look at this. I love this. Josephine James, such a dynamic leader. I was actually talking to somebody who knew you probably a couple of months ago, but they are from the network that you guys are a part of. And so we got a chance to talk. And I don't know if I told you this, but I actually met Bishop Queasy, who's out of New York. I met him. We were speaking at a conference in Lakeland, Florida, and he and I met. And man, listen, I know how, people who are from Africa are and how that culture is. Bishop Queasy was trying to take me to Africa the day I met him. Like literally, I met him one day. And so he wasn't even in my session. Somebody told him what I talked about in my session. He said, I want you to come and I'm going to introduce you to Archbishop Bishop Nicholas Duncan Williams. He said, I want to introduce you to Bishop. And just so happened, I had another conference I couldn't go, but he was putting the pressure on me, like, come on, you got to come right now. And so I was like, to God be the glory. But we did meet, and such a powerful time. All right, look at this. Glad to be in the program. Absolutely, we are glad to have you. Come on, Kingdom Authority. Yes, Pastor Little. And so excited to have you all excited about what God is going to do there and what's coming. All right. Ms. Pierce said mergers are needed and the digital blueprint. Absolutely. Absolutely. We got to get ready for that. We have got to survive. And if we're going to survive, we've got to adapt. And adaptability is going to serve us well. It's going to serve us very well so that we can do it. Let me say this real quick about mergers, because I wasn't going to talk about this part, but I'll talk about this when we come back later. But one of the big things that affect you personally in a merger that could be a game changer is the relief of financial pressure. Please hear me. There is a stark difference in being at a church where you having to come out of your pocket to pay some of the bills and instead coming together where you have more resources, where at the very least it doesn't cost you as much, but a best case scenario, you can start to be in a position where you can receive at least some compensation for the hard work that you put in. I'm not one of those people who is shy about believing that the workman is worthy of his hire. I believe that you have to be compensated for the hours and the time that it takes for you to do what you do in the world in which we live, especially because so many of you are bivocational as it is. And so you work in a job that might be just enough only to go and work another job that's taken away and taken more away. And so, one of the things that comes with mergers is that depending on how you talk through it and how you work through it, you can take two pastors who are killing themselves to make it work and come together, build some more momentum, and now have two pastors who could at least be on stipend and on staff to help lead the journey forward. And so I'll just throw it out there. That's just a secondary piece. All right. Pastor Deborah said, very informative, eye-opening. Awesome. Glad it was a blessing. Glad it was good for you. Beverly McMillan said, this has been so enlightening. Glad I joined. Awesome. Well, thank you for being here. Glad it's been a blessing and glad it's been helpful. Pastor Rush, content is so rich, timely, and necessary. To God be the glory. We want to be a solution to the church and to the kingdom. So as always, let me pray a prayer of just a prayer over you as we have talked through this. I want to encourage you to go ahead and set your clocks and set your time to join us back here. I'll send you an invite so that you can put this on your calendar and you can make sure every week that you're ready to join in with us and plug in with us and be a part of what is happening here so that you don't miss it, so that every week you get a notification, hey, this is coming up. It's time for Apostolic Insight, man. Let's get to it. And we want you to be a part of that. But let me pray for you. Father, I thank you so much for the wisdom that you shared with us tonight. God, I pray that it has been none of me, but all of you. And I pray, God, that what you have shared tonight has resonated with your people. I thank you for loving us enough to give us insight. God, I thank you that you don't let us encounter things that we are unprepared for, but that instead you have a way of giving us warnings. You have a way of letting us know, much like you told Peter, Satan desires to sift you as wheat, but I have prayed for you. So, Father, I thank you that tonight you have let us know, you have given us insight into the sifting that may be coming our way, whether it be a work of the enemy or it be a work of your hand. I thank you that you've given us insight into it. And I thank you also that by this insight and by this warning, we can be assured that you have prayed for us, that Jesus has prayed for us and he is with us, that he goes before us in all that we do. So, Father, I just pray for every leader who is here tonight, that you would meet them at the place of their greatest pain. Meet them at the place of confusion in their ministries. Meet them at the place of frustration. Meet them at their place of lack. Meet them at that place of just discouragement. And God, I pray there that you would turn that situation for their good. I speak Galatians 6:9 over them, that they will succeed if they don't quit. Help them to see that there is a difference between adapting and changing direction is not the same as abandoning the car altogether. So I pray, Father, that as they shift directions, that they would do so with your wisdom and your guidance. And however it is that I can serve them, that our company can serve them, that our leaders can serve them, God, reveal it to us and just continue to give us the wisdom to create resources and tools that help move the church forward. God, I thank you that the church has survived and that the church will survive. I cheated. I went to the back of the book and I saw at the end we win. It may look a little different than we hoped. It may look a little different than it does right now, but in the end we win. So God, give us winning strategy that we might go with you as you go before us. It's in Christ's name we pray. Amen. Listen, I appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all so much for being here. I am absolutely blown away by your support. If this has been a blessing to you, do me a favor. Just take a moment, grab that link and click share. Text it to some other pastors you know. Tag some other pastors that you know and tell them, hey, man, you need to go and watch this. You're part of a network or denomination. Send it to them. I know I might offend them a little bit when I talk about the death of a network or the death of a denomination, but that's okay. They will grab something, but send it to the people around you and that it might be a blessing to them, that it might help them. All right, listen, I appreciate you. I love you. And I look forward to seeing you next Tuesday as we get ready for another episode of Apostolic Insight. All right. God bless you. Love you. And I will see you next week. Peace. family? What's up? Come on in. We're a little bit today, but nevertheless, man, I think that I am excited to share with you. So wherever you're watching from, whether you're watching this live or you're watching a replay, I want you to do me a favor. As always, you know what to do. Jump in the chat. Let me know who you are. Let you're with me. Let me know that you're watching so that I can shout you out. I can count you. I can count in. I'm coming to you live in a unique, special location. And so I want to connect with you, right? So we're a little bit behind, about 15, 20 minutes behind, but we're jumping to some exciting stuff. So take a moment, let who you are, let me know who you're watching. Go ahead and click share. Take a moment, share this with some people in your that you know, and say, hey, you need to be on here. I've been telling you about this. I've been telling you about the show. Man, look, y'all's support has been absolutely through the roof. I mean, I could not ask for anything better. Y'all have been absolutely amazing. Your feedback has been amazing. I've been going to conferences and people have been stopping me. Man, I'm watching. Man, I've been checking you out. And so I can't, I'm so grateful. I'm just overwhelmed with your support. I told y'all to go, when I got ready to start this show, I just wasn't sure. I wasn't sure to do it. I wasn't sure if it was going to work. I wasn't sure if anybody would support it. I just wasn't. And you guys have just been over and above. So I'm just absolutely grateful. So take a moment and go ahead and share. I'm about to share it myself so that we can help some other people get in here and know what's going on as we get ready for a unique topic tonight. We're going to be talking about the rise of the uncommon church. So I want you to go ahead and click share and let somebody know that we are getting started, that we're getting ready to kick this thing off. All right. So listen, for the last couple of weeks in kind of a mini series, man, where we've been talking about and dealing with the Black church and all the things that go with it and all the things that come around it. And tonight we're going to continue in that series. We're going to continue in that vein. We're going to continue by walking through that a little bit more. And we're going to make sure that we can dive in a way that is a blessing and is helpful to you. All right. It's helpful to you. So I want you to get ready for that. I want you to get locked in with that. I'm having a little bit of an issue with my camera, but hold on. I'm going to figure this thing out. And listen, the enemy is not going to stop this word from going out tonight. I'm just going to go ahead and let you know right now, you go get it. So as soon as you get plugged in, as soon as you get inside, I want you to just go ahead and jump in the chat. Let me know you're here. Let me know that you're walking with us. We are going live across a couple of different channels as we always do. But of course, I really appreciate our YouTube audience, man. We are really making a concerted effort to grow on that platform and move forward on that platform. And tonight, the exception. All right. So we're going to get ready to dive in as we deal with what's happening in the Black church and something that is coming up that I think is going to be monumental for all of us. It's going to be a game changer involved, and I'm super excited. All right. So let's jump in. So the last couple of weeks, we have been in this teaching entitled The 7 Shifts. The 7 Shifts. Somebody do me a favor and put shift in the chat. Put shift in the chat. We've been about the 7 shifts, and we're going to dive into that some more tonight. We've talked about the first 2 shifts, and if you haven't seen those, I encourage you to go back on YouTube, go and check it out, go and watch it. I promise you it is worth your time, it's worth your effort, and it's worth your energy. But tonight we're going to take a step forward, and we're going to move into what I have been calling the third shift. The third shift. All right, let me get my camera where I want it and get it how I like it, right where it needs to be. But we're going to be talking about the third shift, and that third shift is really going to be one that I think is unique, that I think is going to be one that's very important for many of you who are endeavoring to do some things that are unique, that are different, that are out the box. And so we're going to be diving into those tonight as we about the rise of the uncommon church. All right. So as we talk about the rise of this uncommon church, I really want you to get this because I think this is so valuable. What we've got to understand is that the church is moving. The church is moving. It's shifting into some directions that we are not necessarily familiar with, right? And again, we talked about this in the death of the Black church. Even in the spaces where the church is dying, it's really being reborn. And the same is true is happening in the body of Christ everywhere, is that the church is moving, and there will always be these pockets where what we have done in the past and these pictures of who we were will still exist, but new things are coming. Just like today, if you get on the highway, you get on the road, you can go and see some classic cars. See a couple of people driving their Caprice. You'll see a couple of people driving an old school Chevy. See a couple of people, still, I saw somebody in an El Camino. You'll see people in these cars that they don't make anymore, because there are some people who have an affinity for the old way. And because they have an affinity for the old way, they're willing to pay more to keep up their vehicles. They're willing to do more to care for them. They're willing to go through this kind of process in order to maintain that. But by and large, people have discovered that, you know what, a 2020 car that's got Bluetooth, that's got automatic braking, that's got a backup, those things really matter. And what we're talking about tonight are the nations that are coming to the church. And while they seem scary and they seem out of place for some others, they are eventually going to become the norm, and it is going to be the unchurched. It's going to be a different model that we begin to see churches step into, because what I'm discovering is that even in church planting, the way it's done it isn't necessarily working the same way it always. I'm gonna say that again. The way always done it isn't necessarily working the way it always has, and so as a result, got to do something different. All right, come on, somebody put different in the chat. We got to do something a little bit different, and as we do something a little bit differently, we're going to begin to see something different. All right, and so we're talking about the rise of the oncoming church. And really, the heart behind this is that God is going to raise up some that look a little bit different than our expectation. We're going to start to see some churches rise up that look a little bit different than the norm. I'm trying to get my light together. When I got my iPad right here, kind of feel like a ghost a little bit with that light coming up from the bottom. So let me go to the side and do it, man. And so look, what we're going to see is God is going to raise up some different models, and we're going to talk about what those models are. Right. So let's dive into it tonight. All right. So one of the things that I want to get out at the onset is, again, the church is dying, it's moving. Right. And if you're in that pocket where you believe that the only way for church to be impactful is for the people to be locked into a building, you are missing a part, and you're going to miss a huge part of what God is going to do and going in the future. And so what you've got to realize is that there's a shift coming. And one of those shifts is that we're going to just begin to be birthed in places that we did not expect. We're going to see churches pop up in coffee shops. We're going to see churches pop up in co-working spaces. We're going to see churches happening in living rooms, which is something we've seen. But we're also going to see churches in barbershops. We're going to see churches in uncommon church in places. And yes, please hear me. I know, clutch your pearls right now. You're even going to begin to see churches rise up in weird places like bars, in restaurants. You're going to see these places because people are going to get extra in moving towards where the people are, right? I told y'all over and over again, I saw this in London more than a day ago. When I went to London, I went to a church service that was in the basement of a bar. And as this preacher with an Australian accent preached the gospel, talking about the book of Nehemiah, sipped on a warm beer as other people in the room sipped on a beer. And I'm going to explain to you in a minute. I know what you're thinking. Like, in America, it'll never happen. Especially in the South, it'll never happen. I'll tell you why it's going to happen. The reason that it happened is because that church was reaching a different class of people that we have not yet identified. It's reaching a class of people identified, but guess what? We are going to fight tonight, because I'm going to show you a people that we've been missing and that we've been, all right? So let's get some definitions first. We talk about the uncommon church. What are we talking? I am talking about a church that breaks the mold of its location, its format and its culture to engage a specific mission field. All right, I need you to get this. It's very important. There are going to be 4 distinctives, but I'm going to start with the back end of that statement. The biggest distinctive of these unconscious after a mission. I am not talking about people who want to be just for the sake of being different. I'm not people who just want to do stuff because they can. I'm not talking about somebody who just got the idea and they want to go and do something off the rail because they think it'll drive more attention if they're building. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is somebody who has a unique and specific call from God to go after a unique group of people, and because they're going after a unique group of people, they begin to do something differently. So here are a couple of distinctives. Number one is going to be location. They're going to be meeting in non-traditional spaces. Right? And what they're going to do, instead of asking people to come into the presence, they're going to take the presence of God with them where they go. All right. I want you to think about this almost like a tabernacle. One of the things about the is that it was the mobile presence. It was God not resting in a temple that had to be the same place over and over again. But really what it was is that God saying, I'm going where you go. I'm going to be amongst my people. Even if you look at the way, if you took a God's eye view of how the tribes were laid out around the tabernacle, the presence of God was in the center, and each 3 tribes, some north, east, and west, all there. Really, when you look at it, because of the numbers, it forms and at the very center of it is the presence of God. What would happen when God told us through a cloud by day or fire by night, all the people packed up and went, and when they got to where they was going, they put the presence of God there. And that's what's going to happen with the locations of these new and unique church spaces, is that they're going to be uncommon, right? They're going to go to spaces that everybody can access. A better New Testament picture will be Jesus born in a manger. Why was he born in a manger? Why was he born out there in a barn and not in a castle? Well, if he was only the elite could have reached him. Only those who had to access it could have reached him. Only a certain group would have qualified. But he went to a common place so that anybody could come. Yes, the innkeepers could have been there. The animals were there. All the people were there. But the wise men who also dwelled in and around palace culture were able to come. Because here's what he knew. It's here for people to come down and for up. And so one of the things that we've got to understand is that location is going to be important, and it's going to be locations that our field is already with or has access to. All right. That's going to be important. All right. It's going to be spaces and places where those who we're called to reach are already comfortable with or have access to. Number 2, another thing that's going to be unique about these churches is their focus. They're going to be targeting unique and specific groups of people. They're going to move away from the model we have. You know, one of the parts of the broken model we have is that we want to reach everybody. What ends up happening when you try to reach everybody, you end up reaching nobody in a lot of cases. And I know salvation is for everybody, but you're not for everybody. Your ministry is not for everybody. Your call is not for everybody. Your is not for everybody. Your soul is not for everybody. You're not for everybody. That's why so many pastors and leaders come in different shapes and sizes, because they're who's for them. And so what's going to happen with this next wave is that these leaders are going to figure that out. And so what they're going to do, instead of trying to reach everybody, they're going to focus on reaching a very specific group. Think about it this way, and I'll talk about some more of this in a minute. Imagine a church targeted it was for single people. It was just for single people, right? Imagine a church that was really saying, hey, we want to go after young professionals. Imagine a church in a beach town that's for retirees, right? It's going to be those focuses that are going to set these churches apart. Y'all, I can't explain it, but as I'm talking to you about this, I feel like this is going to be a moment that people years from now are going to come back to this video, and they're going to start watching this video, and they're going to be watching this series that we've been in, and kind of go back, man, the Lord started telling us that this was coming. And so I need y'all to hear this, man. I feel so clearly and so passionately in my heart that we are going to see different focus. Here's the third thing. Number 3 is another thing that's going to make these churches unique, their structure. Their structure. All right. Their structure. Look at this. They're going to shift their structure. And this is so unique. I'm actually working on this right now. Within about 2 weeks' time, I will hand to all of our churches pre-built structure whereby we will leverage technology, AI agents and options to be able to do big ministry with small teams. Because some of us, we are people, and we know, man, if I have 5 more people to change, but the leaders that you need for your vision is so expanded above your nation and the culture that you're in. You're so far ahead that it's going to be hard, especially people in small towns and rural areas. It's hard for you to find exactly what you're looking for. And so as a result, what's going to need to happen is you're going to have other ways to supplement the help you need, right? And so very soon, in about 2 weeks, I'll be able to hand you a fully built out ecosystem that says, man, anytime somebody watches this video, send them this email. Anytime somebody completes this form, this follow-up. Hey, I want you to take this, and I want you to make sure that every week you take my sermon on YouTube, chop it up into clips, and automatically schedule to be posted week. All these different automations are going to happen. And that's what's going to happen in these niche churches. Their structure is going to be different. They're not going to need the expansive structures of the old church. They're not going to need a senior pastor and a leadership team and elders and deacons and ministry leaders and all these things. Because truth be told, one of the things that stresses most pastors and most senior leaders out is leadership. It's not the preaching. The preaching is easy, loving on people. People had a thing naturally, that's easy. The challenge is the structure of how do people say they want to be leaders and don't do what leaders do. That's the frustration pastors are going through. These people, they come and they say, yes, I'll do it. Yes, I'll be with you. Yes, I want to go. But then you give them stuff to do and they don't do it. And as a result, all these people fall through the cracks. And so the new structure is going to build in such a way that you will always people. Please understand this. Technology is not a substitute for people. It's a supplement people. It just means you'll need fewer people to execute the vision. Man, some of you are being held up because you're waiting for people who may never come. You're waiting for leaders and for help who may never come. I never forget, I was leading a church in Grambling, Louisiana, and I was praying. I said, Lord, if you just send me 5 married couples who got it together, at least just got a head on their shoulders, I'll train them, I'll teach them out. Lord, whatever you say, just please send me 5 couples, man. I got all these young folks, all these students, all this. Just send us some folks who can help me, not just help our church, but help me. I'm still learning. And it's clear as day, the Holy Spirit said, build them. If you build them, you'll have them. And that's the reality for many of you, is that God is not necessarily going to steal people from another church to send them to you. Instead, you're going to have to build a structure where you begin to build the people that you need. And thankfully, with this new model, it's going to help you go forward. And then the fourth thing that we're going to see is different with these uncommon churches is going to be their style. They're going to embrace an interactive, relational, mobile approach to ministry that really connects and resonates with today's seekers. And so what's going to happen is you're going to have less dialogue, less y'all sit there, one person stand up and preaching and everybody's gone. And you're going to have more, I teach, you respond. And this is important because, when you're doing a dialogue, you can't tell what people understand and what they don't. I'll never forget teaching on the tabernacle. I was talking about I'm talking about the outer court, the inner court, and the holies of holies. And I got on Facebook Church one day, and somebody says, man, I never saw intercourse that way. I never saw intercourse that way. And I'm like, fam, I ain't saying nothing had to do with no sex, right? But I don't know that because they're listening to me, but they're not hearing me. And so what's going to happen in this new model, because development and relationship and discipleship is going to be so primary, and it's going to be less about elevating a gift. What's going to happen is you're going to have this interactive model where you're going to spend more time with people. You're going to have more people engaging. You're going to have more people talking back and forth, all more people involved. All those things are going to happen. All right. And so this is what happens. The uncommon church is what happens when the mission matters more than the model. When the mission matters more than the model, you'll start doing things differently. Listen, what I came spending this entire week completely making the structure of our company. Man, we've helped so many churches and we're still helping churches and it's going so amazingly well. But I am a future. If you've ever taken a strengths finder, I'm a futurist, which means that I can be in a hallway and use context clues to understand what's happening around a corner, even see it with my eyes, right? It's a part of my apostolic imprint is that I can see problems down the road that other people see yet. And one of the things that I saw and I see in our company is that we're expanding and we're moving forward. Yes, sex, brother. Pastor Derek, he thought I was like, I said the inner courts, and brother heard intercourse, right? And so one of the things that I see is that we've got to make space for growth on a journey. One of the things that I'm believing is going to happen over the next few years is that we are going to serve and we're going to have 1,000 churches in our programs. 1,000, right? And that's a little more than 10 times where we are right now. So we've got a long way to go to get there, but I'm preparing for it right now. And so because the mission matters more to me, I'm having to put to death some that I love. I love the original training videos that I recorded because when I did it, it was such a labor of love and of gifting, and the Lord really had to be with me and really had to walk with me to get through it. And so because of what it took for me to do it, because of what I invested, the thousands of dollars I invested in the coach showed me how to build it. And all of those things that had, because of all of that stuff, like I have been married to that method, but that model rather, but the mission matters more. And because the mission matters more, I'm breaking something that's working well to build something that's going to work amazingly. Please hear me, y'all. Breaking something good to build something great. And this is what's going to happen in the uncommon church. The mission is going to be so valuable that we're going to do good things to build great things. And this is a word for some of y'all right now. You're sitting in something and you're like, it's good, but I'm not excited about it. It's good, but I know it could be better. It's good, but it's and I see your wrestle with that. And what you got to wrestle with the Lord about and with the Holy Spirit about is what it means to break something good, to build something that's not, but to build something that's God. Break good to build what's God, right? To build something that really accomplishes purpose. What I've come to realize in my own life is that what God wants to do through me is much bigger than I asked him to do through me. And so what I'm having to do is I'm having to die to my idea. I'm having to die to my own vision. I'm having to die to my own expectations so I can say yes to what God has in mind. And what God has in mind is scaring the heck out of me. I literally was sitting in a chair and like, Lord, am I the one to do this? Am I the right person? Can I do this? Can I lead something like that? I'm good at doing my own thing, but something that expansive and that big, I'm gonna have to have, like, I know we got a staff now, but I'm gonna really have to have an operation. I'm gonna have to get a headquarters, and I'm gonna have to have a hub. I'm gonna have to have a place. I'm gonna have to have all these different things, right? So one of the things that you got to wrestle with is that the uncommon church is going to be what happens when the mission is more important than the model. All right, let's keep going. So let's talk about this. There's a couple of things that I really want to get that you got to get that I think are going to be absolutely monumental. All right, we have got to move our thinking. One of the reasons that the church, I think, has been limited in its reach is that we've spent the last few decades focused on three categories. We have put most people into these three categories, and as a result, there is a subgroup of people, several subgroups of people who have fallen through the cracks. And I'm going to show you what those are. But here are the groups we've categorized. We've called people either churched, unchurched, or de-churched, right? Church people are people who already attend regularly. They're already in the church. They're engaging in ministry. They're engaging in ministry. They're engaging in ministry. They're involved, right? That's church people. Unchurched people who have little to no experience with the church at all. They didn't grow up in religious families. They did not grow up in a religious context. They did not grow up going to church. It was not something that became a part of their lives. It is just their thing. So they're completely unchurched. And for a large part, that's the pool that we've been talking about, right? Now, I don't know that we've been doing a good job of going after them, but that's a conversation for another day, right? We talk about the unchurched, but our strategies and our structures and our systems are built for church people, right? The proof of that, the lack of systems, is the proof that we're not really going after unchurched people. It's the proof. We are not prepared for people to walk off the street and say, I know nothing about Jesus. Teach me from A to Z. We have no mechanism for that, right? Most churches still don't have a new members class or an online discipleship class that people can go and take and begin a journey with Jesus day one. But that's a whole nother category, right? But I want you to hold that category, unchurched. And then the third category that we've also started to talk more about in the most recent years, as we talk about deconstruction and all these kind of things, is people who used to attend church, but they left, whether it was due to trauma, boredom, hypocrisy, disillusionment, whatever it was, something led them from the church, all right? And here's the thing. What I'm coming to share with you tonight is that those three buckets are a very small piece of the mission field that's called us. I'm going to show you a whole different, matter of fact, I'm about to show you 5 new buckets. And this is a revelation that the Lord gave me, and I'm going to share it with you. But there are 5 different buckets. And what we got to understand is those 3 categories aren't enough for what God is trying. Right? We have got to go deeper. Come on, somebody put that in the chat. We have got to go deeper. We got to go deeper. And so we're going to go deeper. And here's one of the things that's so important. We've got to realize we're not just losing people because they don't love Jesus, but we're losing them because they don't see the church where they live their lives. They don't see the church coming to them, coming to where they are, and engage them in their spaces. And that's one of the things that's causing us to really miss out on what God wants to do. All right. Those 3 buckets are not enough. And because those 3 buckets are not enough, we've got to go on to some others. Right. So let me show you some other buckets that has really started to deal with. And these, I want to call these emerging audiences. Some of them have been around. Many of them have been underground. Some of them you may know. But I want to break down each of these 5 new emerging audiences that uncommon churches are going to go after. And I'm telling you, if you would commit yourself to going after these audiences, it is going to change the game. It is really help you begin to reach in a different way. All right, let's deal with it. Number 1, a new emerging audience that is going to be a big one is this: the spiritually curious but institutionally cautious. I'm going to say it again: spiritually, institutionally cautious. What does that mean? It means that they're going to have some belief in God. They're going to pray. They're going to read their Bible. But with everything in their being, they are going to be skeptics about institutionalized religion. They're going to be skeptical of the church. And it may be from experience. It may be because of hypocrisy. It may be because of all the mixed messaging that is out about the church on social media and in the world. It may be because of wrong teaching, all these different things. But here's what you're going to have. You're going to have people who are spiritually curious and institutionally cautious. Now, people have been around for a while. Here's the mistake that the church is making. Somebody says, hey, man, what church you go to? Oh, I don't go to church, but I'm spiritual. What's our response? We dismiss it. We dismiss spiritual curiosity because we have married spiritual life to an institution called the local church. And here's why you've got to see this differently. Y'all catching this? Man, is this God? If this is good to y'all, give me some fire emojis in the chat. Because I feel like, man, I'm pouring and imparting some stuff. The Lord has really been dealing with. What we sometimes fail to realize is that people's response is not always based on your church. And you get offended, but think they're talking about your church. And you think they don't trust your church, and they don't trust you as a pastor, you as a leader. But really the issue is those people know of really bad situations out there, y'all. Like, hear me. When somebody doesn't trust the church, I myself know 10 reasons why they don't trust the church and they shouldn't. I know 10 situations that went really bad when people trusted them. And so you got to understand, it's not just about your church. And so when you have this emerging group, what you want to do with this group is, this is uncommon. Church is going to be so important, because rather than saying come into a church, because here's what we try to convince people. Our church looks like every other church around. We have the same format as every other church around. We do the exact same as every other church around, but we different. And people are not going to take your word for it. People don't believe it. Think about it. You say, look, I look like a duck, I walk like a duck, I quack like a duck, but I'm not a duck. That's what we're saying to people. And the truth of the matter is, some people are not going for it. And so people who choose to go after this emerging audience, what they're going to do is that they're going to be flexible enough to take the church, which is us, the body, the ecclesia, and go to where the spiritual curious are. These are going to be people who will meet you in the coffee shop for a Bible study or a small group, but they won't come to church. They're going to love your small groups, but they're going to have said in their mind, I'm never coming to church. And you have the mission, the end game, not as getting them to walk into your building, but as getting them to walk with Jesus. And if getting them to walk with Jesus is the mission, then you'll go to where they are and you'll serve them how the Lord has called you to serve them. That's going to be one emerging audience. I could spend so much time on this, but I'm going to go further. And maybe throughout the week, this week, Latoya, if you would remind me, I'll do some mini videos about these emerging. Matter of fact, after this, I'm doing a series on TikTok called How to Do Modernism. Then I'm going to do a series on new emerging audiences in the church. And so I'll do some of that. All right. So look at this. Number 2, the second emerging we've got to be ready for is the culturally church adjacent. All right. And I know that's full, but I just had to say it the way I said it. Culturally church adjacent, meaning that they grew up around, right? As you see, grandma took them, mama took them, daddy took them. They're familiar with the language and the customs, but they never really belonged, right? We all know some kids, we grew up in the church, who grew up in the church with us, but they were always on the outskirts. You know, my mama made me be in the choir, but they mama let them come to church and just sit on the back and not really get involved, right? I was forced. I had to get in it, and I was engaged in it, and eventually it became my own. They didn't have that. Church was something they just had to do, and so they're church adjacent. This is important. This is going to be a unique group to deal with, because they're going to think they know when they don't know. These are people who have tasted the tip of the iceberg and are going to swear that they understand all the ice, right? And I was looking at this on a National Geographic documentary that, did you know that the ice that sits up in the air and the ice that's under the surface of a glacier, they're two completely different. Like underneath, there's something called blue ice, because it's the ice that's been sitting in the water and it's frozen and it's hard, and in some cases almost invisible. And so there's a whole nother kind of ice. And these these church adjacent people, they're going to be people who have been around the church so long that they will fool you into thinking they are fully engaged disciples when they're really not. And the only way you're going to know that is if you get them in third spaces, where not only do they hear you talk, because everybody looks saved when all you got to do is say amen. Everybody looks saved when all you got to do is go ahead, pastor. When you sitting if you sitting in the audience writing a notebook, everybody looks saved. But when you have to open your mouth and give feedback on what you're going to do with what God just poured into you, what the word just poured into you, now something begins to become different. And many of you have culturally church adjacent people in your church right now. They church adjacent. They sitting in there and they've been around it. They speak in the customs, but they don't belong. They're not serving. They're not involved. A lot of them not giving. They're culturally adjacent. And so with those people, to develop them, you got to get them out of the mass space of the church. And you got to get them into some space where you can really engage deeply with them spiritual and help feel to them where they don't have it. And one of the best to do that is with questions. Even if you can't get there right now, one of the best things you can do is put questions in your message. I do that all the time. Like when I make a strong point in a sermon, I'm preaching, and I will end that point and I would say, what would you blah, blah, blah. I was preaching the other day about, God wanting everything. And I looked at the audience. I said, hey, listen, let me ask you a question. Who would you be if you became 100 of what God had in mind when he hit you? See, that question takes the pressure off of me, off of the word, and it puts it in the lap of the person to evaluate of their own accord where and not saying yes to God. And so you got to do it with questions. So number 2 is the church adjacent. Number 3, another emerging audience is going to be online only disciples. Now we've talked about this some, but I want to give you a little bit of a different spin on this. All right, people who watch church, they give to church, they comment on everything you do, but they're not coming into your spirit, into your physical building. Their spiritual community is going to be in digital spaces. Now, in the past, this has been controversial because we all have people in our city who have the ability to come to our church numbing just to stay at home and watch online. But there's a different thing. This is there's a couple of different groups you gotta think about. One of the things that's good, Pastor Derek. Pastor Derek reminded me of a question I asked when I went to their church. What could God do in 52 days? Listen, and you can go through my YouTube channel and see him tell the testimony of what happened in 52. And but it's true, man. You ask those questions, it changes everything. And here's one of the things you got to think about with online disciples. With online disciples, you got to realize people are going to be online disciples season, and some are going to be online disciples. Those who that way for a season, it might be because of their job. It might be because of their location. There are people who might be drawn to your ministry who live 2 states over, who live an hour away. And rather than marginal online ministry because of the people, let me be honest with you. I know the hesitancy. You say, man, if we do live stream, man, these folks gonna stay at home. If they stay at home and won't come in person and engage her and give and be involved, do you have them anyway? Like, what are you losing? If people who aren't engaged, is it just an ego hit because you got 10 less people in the room? If they're not engaging, you don't have them anyway. And so saying I'm not going to go after this digital audience because I want to try and retain this disengaged audience is crazy to me. That's crazy to me. And so what you got to realize is that there are some people who can't come to their location. They can't come because they're at work when you're having church. They can't come because maybe they're not off, they work the night shift, right? Whatever it is, right? There are reasons. And what we're going to see is this rise of people who will engage with your church. Like, I met a pastor not long ago. I read his book. He wrote a book about it. Man, this brother during the pandemic took to a digital model. And they've got more engaged money, more resources, and are doing more outreach than they have ever done because they moved completely to a virtual audience. They move completely. Now, I think they do meet in person, like in a studio with a small audience. But people started retiring during the pandemic, and they're trying all the time, right? So people may be coming from all over the place, whatever it might be. But you've got to make sure that you recognize this emerging audience. And so what that means is one of the niche churches that's going to rise up is going to be virtual only churches. And I know this is another group that we have marginalized and we have talked about. Oh yeah, he got a church in his living room, Doc. Everybody got a church now. Everybody a pastor. We have marginalized this. And one of the things that you just got to understand, man, is that God is always doing stuff that he don't have to get your approval to do. Like, I just wish we would understand that in the body of Christ. Stuff that seems crazy to us is genius to him because his ways are not our ways. His thoughts are not our thoughts. Right? His thoughts are not our thoughts. The gap between the two is so big that we don't all know. And so we've got to be full, putting our mouths on innovations that God has sparked, that God has given birth to, that he has conceived. And one of them is going to be online churches. There are going to be virtual churches that raise up that are completely virtual with no ambition of ever going in person. With no ambition of ever going in person. They're going to be totally virtual churches. And they're going to succeed because we now have the technology where you can do everything in person. Everything you do in person, you could do online. You can't do is physically touch somebody. But even with virtual churches, as they begin to grow, they'll be able to plan in-person coffee dates and meetups with people who are part of the church. People will work that part out. All right, virtual online-only disciples. Number 4, here's another one. You're going to see a rise in niche identity groups. Let me tell you what I mean by that. Creatives, entrepreneurs, single professionals, deconstructing believers, mental health kits. All of these are people who need the gospel, but they need brought into their context. And so what's going to happen is that these uncommon churches are going to be churches that begin to lean into these groups. So for example, you might have a church that is a niche church for creatives. And so instead of a welcome, somebody might go up and do scripture-based spoken word. Instead of praise and worship, they might play a track, and when a track, somebody might be in the middle praise dancing while somebody else is off to the side painting. Right? You're going to see these creative expressions. You're even going to see like some small marks of it we already see. There are some conferences that you go to that have creatives on the side creating mind maps from every session. They're creating minds that help make the session make sense. Like they're creating those, right? And you're going to see this rise up, and you're going to see people who are willing to take the gospel and contextualize it to these unique areas that people are in. All right. So again, mental health is becoming a big thing. You're going to see more and more spaces rise. You may see at some point a church that its core mission is mental health. Maybe the pastor is a mental health provider, mental health care provider. Might be a counselor, might be a nurse, might be a chaplain, might be different people who are rising up, right? I know of a church of professionals right now in Pennsylvania. I went to go and visit the guy who started it. It's a coffee shop. It's an entrepreneur. He felt like God called him to reach businessmen. He started meeting with one businessman in his coffee and crepe shop. And after he met with one, eventually they brought another one, and they got up to 15 businessmen who meet once a week. And that's their church. That's their church. And here's what's crazy. They don't have praise and worship. They don't have all this programming. They don't even have like a planned out curriculum, none of that stuff. They get there and he's the Holy Spirit to lead the discussion. And sometimes one of the guys bring the discussion. Sometimes the guy who's leading it, he doesn't even call himself the pastor. Matter of fact, they don't even use the title church. They just say, we gather. That's all they say. And guess what? They're probably doing more good than 70% of the churches I know. Because these businessmen who are coming to faith, they're then investing in the faith and the welfare of their community. And so they're building businesses together. They're doing new endeavors together. They're changing the game. And so this is one of the things you're going to see is people who have these unique identities. We're going to go to them. Deconstructing believers who've been in the church for a long time, and they're coming face to face with the contradictions they don't understand, and they don't know how to pull together themselves. Instead of marginalizing them, somebody's going to raise up and say, I'm going to go and minister to them. Maybe because I am one of them, or maybe because I was one of them. And they're going to deconstruct together. See, here's my thing. I know everybody has, but I'm okay with deconstruction as long as you're going to reconstruct the thing you deconstructed. As long as you're not deconstructing just to tear it down, if you're deconstructing to rebuild it, by all means. Number 5, here's the last one. The last group that I think is super important is the rebuilders. The rebuilders is another emerging audience, the rebuilders. These are leaders who are not run the church, but they're looking for a better church. And this is another group that we have marginalized because we didn't see their call. But we call them church hoppers, and we call them uncommitted, and we call them all kind of stuff. But really what they are is people who are trying to build the church as they know God designed it, and they are not willing to settle for something less. And so they're visionaries who want to be a part, and they want to participate in helping to build God's kingdom. Y'all, in the year of our Lord 2025, it is crazy to me that we still have churches that are limited to the gift and the leadership of one person. Like, that is crazy to me. Like, what you don't realize is when a leader does everything themselves, yes, they get to make all the decisions. Yes, they get to lead and do all the things they want to do. But the church also takes on their flaws. The church also takes on their gaps, their blind spots. And there is a remnant of people who are not going to sit around and allow you, or allow any leader, maybe not you, but allow any leader to keep taking the church down a bad road when they're there and there are other ways that we could go there. I want to say something honest, and I want y'all, don't leave after I say this. I am not meaning this to cut. I am not meaning this to tear anybody down. But I need you to get this. Your leadership isn't always right. All right. And a lot of the different places where your church is right now, if you're the senior leader, you led them there. Now, please understand, I understand warfare. I understand things beyond our control. I understand that nothing in life catches us by surprise. In my own life, when I find myself in a tough spot, I don't look and say, look at what the world has done to me. Look at what the enemy has done to me. I look and I ask myself, where did I disobey an instruction from the Lord? Or where did I miss a warning that he gave me? Right? And here's why I'm saying this. With rebuilders are one of the most beneficial kinds of people who can come to your church. But they are going to be most challenging to pastor because they are to expose the areas where you are below where God wants you to be. That's as I can say it. They are going to expose the areas where you're below, because what they do many times, rebuilders, when a rebuilder comes to your church, instead of being one of those nice, easy sheep who come in, sit down, come to church every Sunday, volunteer and give and go home, rebuilders come in with a million questions. They come in asking questions over and over again. Hey, look, well, how do we do this? Hey, look, how do y'all do this? Hey, what's going on with this? Hey, what's going on with that? Hey, what's this about? Hey, why do y'all do this way? Hey, can I see the budget? Hey, where's our org chart? Hey, is there a board you report to? Like, they're going to come in asking those questions. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, if I was looking for a church, I would not go to a church that had a kind of structure where it could be completely running aground by one person and nobody else had the authority to stop it. Do it because I know I'm a rebuilder. I wouldn't do it. Right. And so one of the things that you've got to be prepared for is that if you're asking the Lord for help, if he sends you a rebuilder, that rebuilder is going to expose you. And what you're going to have to do, not take it personally. You're going to have to not personally. You're going to have to see them, gift of God and a tool of the Holy Spirit to come and help you get where you need to go. All right. If this is helping y'all tell me which one of these emergence jumps out to you the most? Which one jumps out to you the most? All right, we've been around this thing home, and we've been around towards the end. Which one of those audiences jumps out to you the most? All right, because there's a couple of things I want to give you real quick. All right. So look at this. I want you to get this. One of the things I'm praying for is apostolic clarity. And again, y'all know by now, when I say apostolic, I don't mean somebody who has the title apostle. I mean someone who is apostolic, forward thinking, church kingdom expanding in their thinking. But we can't afford to keep building churches for category no longer describe the culture we're in. Right? You can't do it, right? You can't be in Texas building a church for people who live in New York, right? Or be in America building a church for people who live in London, right? It doesn't make sense. You got to build for the people you have and for the people where you are. And so that's what I'm praying. I'm praying that we would take a new look at the harvest that God has put in front of us, because as we see these new churches, they're not going to be waiting for people to come to. They're going to go to where the people are. Here's what the uncommon church is going to do differently. The traditional church sees lost people. The uncommon church is going to see them and go to them. That's going to be the difference. They're going to see and they're going to go. So let me show you just some spaces that I think are going to be relevant and where we're going to go with this. All right. So let me give you this real quick before I go to this. So one of the things that you're going to see, one of the reasons that the traditional model is dying, look at this, is because we're seeing a declining engagement. The people that we keep trying to build on keep telling us that they don't want to do it. Oh my goodness, this is a hard thing. Oh, I know I just said hard. The people we have depended on for the last 10, 20 years are telling us in droves, many of, not everywhere, but a lot of them are, we don't want this no more. We don't want it anymore. And what we've got to realize is that as they're engaged down, that has got us with an uptick somewhere else. And so don't keep screaming, begging them to love you when they told you they don't. When you've got people over here who would love you if chance, right? So what we've got to understand is that engagement is going. Number two, resources are becoming more scarce. Resources are becoming more scarce, and as resources become more, we're going to eventually get smart and wasting money on ministry that isn't bearing fruit. Some of us are still putting too much of our ministry budget into stuff that doesn't matter anymore. We're still putting all this money into stuff that doesn't matter anymore. One prime thing is our facilities. Like single use that only get life one day a week is crazy. That's a crazy use of a facility. That's a crazy use of a facility. And so we've got to find new and better ways to do it and pull it together. All right, here's a reality. The economics are not in favor of the traditional model. Costs are going up and investment is going down. All right. And add the fact that the people capital is another piece, is that you grow under the traditional model. One of the things that you have to do is expand yourself. You have to get more people. You need more people to come on board. And to be honest with you, one of the challenges, this can change. It's a cultural, but especially with this gig economy in the church now, everybody who has a gift, a lot of people who have a gift want to be for it. And, that's a whole nother conversation. So I ain't go down there and roll, right? But the traditional model is disconnected from culture. The traditional model criticizes culture without understanding and empathizing with it. We criticize it, but we empathize. And so what ends up happening is we come off as calloused and disconnected traditional model. And so we've got to change. All right, we've got to switch this up. It's not that they love Jesus. We got to switch it up, right? First spaces. I'm going to just give you a few that I think are going to be important that we're going to see raise up. Number one, I talked about coffee shops. Coffee shops are a third space after your Starbucks. They set out with an aim of being the third space. We want home to be your number one, work to be your number two space, but we want our shop to be your third space, which is why they build them the way they build them, all right? Number two, parks, public spaces, people who like outdoors and outside. That's going to be a third space where people have church. As a matter of fact, I went to go and preach at a church in Stone Mountain, Georgia, probably about 4 years ago. They have church on top of the mountain every Sunday. Every Sunday, they got benches and pews. They bring acoustic guitars. Everybody brings a lawn chair. It was families, right? It might have been like 20, 30 families a part of that church. And they got a little PA system that they can plug up and all that kind of stuff like that. And they meet up there on top of the mountain. It was one of the weirdest and most beautiful things I've seen in my life. Listen, y'all, I be ended up in some spaces. I don't know how I got there, but it was true. All right. Another third space, gyms. People typically go to a physical transformation, but I think the time is going to come, especially when things are going down. Gyms are much more expansive. Gyms are way bigger. Gyms are going to become third spaces. I'll never forget, man, I was working with this guy. There was this guy at our church, rather, and he wanted to be mentored. And I was like, well, come work out with me, man. And we went to the gym, and the whole workout, man, I was just poured into him. And that gym became a third space, all right? Breweries, that's another thing we're going to see. Breweries now are as they emerge, they're attaching themselves to where they have venues like concerts, and they have foods, and all these things come out. You're going to see churches begin to emerge out of that. That's going to be a third space that nobody is using on Sundays, nobody on Mondays. They all have down days. Somebody's going to get smart enough to say, hey, look, let's meet there in that space. And they're going to go to that space. And then because you're meeting in the third space of anything that brings attention to their business, in that brewery, when you walk in where they got all the flyers about the concerts coming, this and the other, there's going to be one of those flyers that says, join us for an exploring small group, right? It's going to be right there. And people coming in and out of that brewery, going to take pictures of that, scan that QR code, going to start coming. Co-working spaces. I think that one is simple. One that's rising up where people work in all these different spaces. Lives is going to become a third space. All of these is going to be a third space. And here's what I want you to think about. If the city shut down every church building, just churches, government rises up, says, we'll believe in church and what they need to pay taxes. We shut down all until they start paying. They should be church business. Could your ministry survive? Or will it die? Would your church survive if you didn't have your building? All right. And here is why these churches are going to work. Here is why. All right. Here's why. There are a couple of reasons. All right. Because niche is going to be a weakness, is going to be precision. It's not going to be a weakness that says, oh, we do it the traditional way. It's going to be a precision. All right. And trying to build a success. You got to niche down. One of the best things you can do is not try to solve everybody's problem because you're going to run yourself crazy, but find a group of people that you can serve. I realized long ago, man, look, I can help pastors. More specifically, I can help African-American pastors. And do I help pastors beyond that? Absolutely. We got a Latin American pastor right across the Mexican border who just joined our program a couple of days ago, right? And I can't wait to go down there and visit with him. He has promised me some good food down there past South Padre Island, and I can't wait to go, right? But I niched down to who I was going to reach. And so what's going to happen when you niche down, you can be more authentic because all the people are going to be speaking the same language. All the people are going to already have these things in common. One of the things that's hurt in the traditional model is that there's a lot of people in the room who would never do life together. You got this 67-year-old couple over here, and you got this 19-year-old figuring it out. Those two are not going to just go hang out on their own. They speak different languages, right? But when you're in a niche church, if you've got a church for young singles, all of them are young, all of them are single, all of them are trying to figure out dating, and so they're going to get it. So it's going to be a precision approach, all right? And some of the areas where it's going to work well is going to continue with people like entrepreneurs and creatives and recovery. People, ministries to people come out of prison, entire churches that are all about people coming out of prison, musicians, right? Here's one of the things that's going to happen. I know y'all don't want to hear this, but I'm going to go ahead and tell it. I think a niche church is going to rise up because we've seen musicians transitioning into pastoral ministry. But one of the things that we also see underground with that is that when musicians and people who are musically inclined start churches and they do it well, they draw other musicians. They create their own community. right? So we've got to be prepared for that, all right? When Jesus started, it wasn't just for everybody. Oh, I just met somebody up there. What did he say? Came to seek and to save that which is lost. He knew who he came for. He was very specific. He knew where he was going. You need to know who you came for, all right? So if you want to start an uncommon church, how do you do it? All right, I'm going to give you 5 simple steps. Number 1, pray over who God has called you to reach. Ask God to show you who your audience is, to reveal your metron, your measure. Ask him to show you who he's giving you a grace for. Ask him to show you the communities of people that you naturally connect with, the communities that you're a part of, right? Where's your passion most evident? Pray over your people group. Number 2, scout the third spaces in your city. Now that we've walked through this training, go look at the third spaces in your city. Go out there and look and see who are the third spaces. What are the third spaces out there? What are some of the potential spaces that give good visibility, good accessibility, good atmosphere, and align with who you're trying to reach? In other words, where are the people to reach already hanging out? Where are they hanging out? Number 3, start thinking about redesigning your gathering format. Think what your format will look like if God actually sends you who you're trying to reach. Listen, if you do devotion at the beginning of your service, I know you're not trying to reach young people. I know you're not. You can't be, because they're not going. They don't understand it. They don't get it. It's not how they do church. Is it? So if you still talk about, hey, Charles, and whoever Charles, I already know, like, this is not built for them. And so what I'm saying to you, find a model that fits who God has called you to reach. Find a model who God has called you to reach. And I'm joking, right? I'm being a little bit facetious when I talk about, the devotion, but I'm being very honest though, right? So just who has God called you to reach, right? Redesign your format. How could you, what's the fluff in your service? What's the stuff that you could take out and do without more of? What other things do you have going on in your service that you're like, man, look, I need to take that out? I was watching an online service the other day. The pastor got up and he just rambled for about 30 minutes before he started the service. And like, there's a kind of ramble where it's like a father talking to his people and they talking back to him and they laughing, they having a good time. This wasn't that. Like, he was talking and it was just crickets out there. He was like, oh, y'all don't think that's funny? Oh, okay, well, I thought it was awkward. What are the things you can pull out? How can you more deeply interact? Here's another thing. Let me free somebody. I don't know if y'all know this or not, but in church, music is optional, not mandatory. It's optional, not mandatory, right? And so if you don't have a band, your church don't have to die because you don't have a band, right? Worship does not require music, right? So I want you to catch that. Just think about it, right? And then ask yourself this: are you addressing real life issues? One of the biggest mistakes that you can be making as a leader is preaching what you want to preach and not what people need to hear. Oh my goodness. Somebody put that in the chat. Preach what people need to hear, not what you want to preach. Like, sometimes you could be preaching what you're excited about, but what people are dealing with is completely different. You can't get up there preaching, oh yeah, the Lord told me he taking me into my elevated season. So we get elevated. And the people down here struggling just to make ends meet. Right? And so you gotta understand where people are. We gotta preach what God wants to deliver to the people, not just what we want to preach, not just because I had a good idea for a series. All right. Number 4, test it out. Before you go launch something full out and you make an announcement to the whole world that you're launching something, let me give you a secret hack. Here's what you do. You promote it like it's a one-time event. You just say, hey, y'all, this coming up next month, man, I just felt led to do one night over at the coffee shop. We doing a pop-up Bible study for those who want to go deeper in the Word. If you want to go deeper in the Word, join us. We're going to be over there next month on this night at this time. It's a one-time thing. So now you don't have the pressure. If it fails, great. If it works, great. But if you put it out there like as a one-time event, and then you go and you say, man, this is good. While you're there, you say, well, hey, look, what y'all think? If we did this again next month, what y'all think? Would y'all come back? Oh, yeah, man, I'll come back. All right, cool. Let's do another one next month. And you announce, hey, it was good the first time. We're going to do it one more time. And then after it continues to succeed, or if it fails and you got to do something different, the coffee shop didn't work, You say, hey, we're going to be meeting over here at this place. Then you switch it up, but tweak it without the pressure. Don't announce that this is the thing. Don't announce that we done planted a church and you're not sure that you got a vision, but you don't have a team yet. You don't have a strategy clear yet, all of that kind of stuff. Give yourself time, all right? Last one, train some unconventional people. Oh my goodness, please hear me, y'all. Train some unconventional people. Don't get stuck on just the same old. Train some unconventional people. Train them baristas to be disciples. Teach people that being a barista could be a part of their mission. I was reading this book, Church.mp47 by Peyton Jones, one of the best books I have ever read on ministry and church planting and all those kind of things. But one of the things that he said in the future, church planters are going to partner their calling with their vocation. And so new church planters moving into a new city are going to take jobs like Uber drivers and Lyft drivers and working in Starbucks and places that are people centers, because it's going to put them in the middle of people that they'll be able to engage with. So engage some different people: baristas, teachers, artists, entrepreneurs. We have been teaching these gifts that whatever they do out there, they've got to switch it up to come inside and do something different. We make our teachers feel like they have to come to the church in order to execute their gift, when really we should be empowering them to say, look, the Holy Spirit is with you in that classroom. And when you're in that classroom, that's ministry. When you're serving coffee with integrity and care and telling people, hey, look, I hope you have a blessed day, that's ministry, right? When you're in these different spaces, when you're an entrepreneur who's serving your audience well, that's ministry, right? We've got to train them. And here's the thing, man, if you can lead well in the church, you should be able to lead well in third spaces. And so, man, go do it. If that's what God has called you to, I want you to jump out into it. And some of the benefits of launching this uncommon church is that they're going to launch faster. They're going to have deeper connections. They're going to be more focused, right? All of these things are going to happen, and it's going to be absolutely amazing, all right? So here's what you got to watch out for. And I'm going to close here. I'm going to close out here. 4 things to watch out for to prepare you. I want to wolf-proof you real quick, all right? I always learn that you got to wolf-proof your shit, right? So I want to wolf-proof you real quiok. Here's a couple of things you got to watch out for. Number 1, you got to watch out for religious resistance. When you do something out of the box, those who are religious are going to say it's not real. They're going to criticize it for being not real. I remember I had that church on a college campus, and we did have a lot of young people. And I remember somebody came to me and they asked me, how your little church going over there? No, he didn't say church. He says, how y'all doing with your little activity over there? I mean, just bold with it, straight to my face. And so I looked at him and I said, we are doing amazing. Lives are being changed. People are coming to Jesus. And I'm pretty sure he felt this small. Let me tell you when he felt, he was a city councilman. And so when he was getting ready to run for re-election, and the word was on the street that he wasn't going to win, and he made his business to come and see me and say, hey, man, I sure would love your support. And I looked at him and I said, me and my little activity going to stay out of it. And he couldn't do nothing but just look and walk away. And it's okay, right? Maybe I was being a little petty back. Pray for me, right? I was like 29 years old at the time. But listen, the religious are going to push back when you do something out of the box. You know, maybe you've been on the side of the religious before and didn't know it. Let me tell y'all a secret. I don't know if you know this. Pharisees don't know they're wrong. Man, listen. Pharisees don't know they're wrong. They are convinced that they're right. They are convinced that's what, like they argue with Jesus. They don't know they're wrong. And so you just got to be ready to stand on biblical principles for what God has called you to do, right? I want to encourage you, don't just stand on the God told me. I hate when we put a God told me card because it makes it such a personal experience, right? And that's not something that other people can repeat. Your members can't go say, God told me. And they look crazy saying, God told my pastor. And that's the only reason I'm doing it. Not being controlled. Have a biblical foundation. Have a biblical foundation for why you're doing what you're doing. And as long as you have a biblical foundation and you can say, here is what the word says, we're doing this, we're fulfilling the Great Commission. We're going into the hedges and the highways. This is what we're doing. Go forward. All right. The second thing that you got to deal with is identity confusion. Don't let the message get lost in the method. All right. Just because we in a coffee shop doesn't mean we got to be less spiritual. It doesn't mean that we still can't do what we do. Right. If I lay hands on people, I'm going to lay hands on you in this coffee shop. I'll lay hands on you in the back of this bowling alley. We'll surround you and lay hands on you and pray right here where we are. We meet in a restaurant. We'll bow our heads and pray for this food in the restaurant with the waitress standing right there waiting on us. Whatever it is, stand your ground. Don't let the place you meet change your message. Your message is what's got to remain constant. Methods change. The message does not. All right. Number three, logistical hurdles. Make sure you put the effort into making sure you get all the right permissions. Don't just go to Starbucks and say, well, it's a public place. I can meet here if we want to. Freedom of speech. Don't do that. Talk to the owner of the facility. Get the right permissions. Make sure you have what you need. Still go through the proper processes. If you need insurance, make sure you get insurance, because even if it's at their location, if somebody's coming for you, you just want to make sure the church is covered, right? Just all the little things you need to do. Think through the potential issues, right? The sound issues, right? Or how you going to do this? How many people can you handle? Go ahead and understand, if we're going into this venue, here's how many people we can handle. And then once we reach that limit, what are we going to do? If we're in a coffee shop that only can fit 25, what do we do when we hit 30? Right? Do we go to 2 nights? Let's do one on Thursday and one on Tuesday and ask different people to come to different ones. Think through the logistics. And then number 4, man, listen, you've got to have a reliable schedule. So many things in the church fail because our schedules are unreliable. One of the reasons your leaders don't perform the way they should is because your meeting schedule is unreliable. It's unreliable, which makes the team unreliable, which makes leadership unreliable. Because we meet sometimes and other times, no, we ain't gonna do it. No, we ain't gonna meet this month. We ain't gonna meet this month. You look up, it's been 6 months as you talk to your leaders. I literally just put together a class yesterday. We're upgrading our 90-day sprint. We're doing a kind of a 90-day journey for new churches that come into our program. As a part of that 90-day journey, the first thing I'm having the leaders do is to fix their leadership rhythms. Let's put together how you're gonna meet with your leaders. Let's put together what you're going to talk about when you meet with them. Let's put together how the frequency you're going to meet with, how you're going to communicate. Let's put all of that together first, because that's the bedrock of what you're going to build. And so for you just got to be reliable, right? Whatever you do, be reliable, right? Being uncommon is not a license to be unstructured, undisciplined, and unorganized. Let me say it again. Being uncommon is not a license to be unstructured, undisciplined, and unorganized, right? You need to make sure that you are still being strategic in what you're called to do, all right? So here's my prayer for you. I know you've been called, and many of you have been called to do something uncommon, and maybe you've been waiting on permission. I want you to see tonight as permission, as confirmation, affirmation, whatever it is you've been waiting on. Here's the affirmation you need. Because I believe that the next revival that hits our nation won't just come from a stage. It's going to come from the street. It's going to come from the shop. It's going to come from the cafe. It's going to come from the living room. It's going to come from your garage. It's going to come from your basement. It's going to come from these other spaces. But somebody has to lead the charge. And we've got to empower people to understand that your pulpit might not be a microphone. It might be a coffee counter. It might be a camera. It might be a canvas. All these other things are legitimate ministry, but we've got to step into it. All right. I'm going to get ready to pray for you. I do, man. Was that good for y'all? Somebody, if you would, everybody take a moment and just drop in the chat. What's your biggest takeaway? What did you grab from this? What's one thing? And I know y'all don't say all of it. Don't hit me with all of it. Just drop one thing that you are away from tonight that was really a blessing to you, and I'm about to pray for you. As you're doing that, look, if you need some help, as I said before, I'm in the midst of a 5-day journey of retooling our business. Today is day 2, and I'm excited because we have just done some exciting things and getting ready to do some more exciting things tonight. I am so excited about this. I am currently, well, I'll just give you a hint on one of the things I'm working on. I am currently working on an automation or an AI agent where I send a text to somebody. Let's say a church. Somebody comes to visit a church, right? And as a part of your follow-up, you're going to send them a text that says, hey, thank you so much for coming to visit us this weekend. I created a video just for you. Click the link. They click the link and the video's gonna come up, and you're gonna be like, hey, man, look, thank you so much for coming to visit us this weekend. I'm so grateful that you were here, man. I hope that you had a great time, and I hope that God really did something in your life. I would really love to hear your experience and to know your experience with coming to our church. If you just click that button below, it's gonna open up your camera, and you can just record a short video and send it back to me. And just let me know what your experience was, the things that you really love, the things that went well, the things that didn't go well, whatever it is. Boom. So they can click that button. It's going to say, hey, my name is such and such. Man, I had a great time at church this weekend. Man, Pastor Lucas was so good, man. He was awesome. I can't wait. I'll be back next Sunday. Boom, save. And when they click save, that testimonial video is immediately going to send to the team at your church. So now you got honest feedback, and you've got social media content that you can use to share testimonies. Or you can say, hey, look, we're doing a virtual testimony service. Everybody click this link, and I want you to let me know your favorite thing about our church and anything that has happened here. All right, give us a 5-star review. People record that video, send it to you all at once. I'm creating that automation. And so I'm saying it to say this. If you want some help, this is the perfect time to plug into what we're doing. You can go to getchurchsystems.com, and you can click the link for our Church Systems in a Box or our Church Systems Bootcamp, and you can come in and be a part of something really, really amazing, right? I'm going to go ahead and be honest with y'all. After I finish what I'm working on this week, we are going to change some things about the program, and one of the things that's going to change is the price. And so I encourage you and if you've been thinking about it, you've been on the fence, what do you have to lose? All right. Our programs are priced for leaders of any size. If your church has nothing, one of our programs is priced where you could do it yourself, right? And you can try it out. But here's my heart. I'm gonna just be honest with you. It will cost you more to stay the same than it will to do something different and get the help you need. It's gonna cost you more to stay the same. If you're in the same spot this year, it's gonna cost you more. If you're in the same spot this time, 6 months from now, it's going to cost you more. If guests keep coming in and going out, it's costing you every Sunday to lose them. And so what you've got to do is you've got to do what David said, and you've got to recognize that if I'm going to have something and it's going to be a blessing to my life, I've got to be willing to invest in it. And so just invest in yourself. No, I'm not asking you to invest in me. Invest in yourself. Invest in your church. Invest in your future. Invest in your ministry. All right. GetChurchSystems.com. Somebody, if you would put our website in the chat, put a link there in the chat. I see several of our partners are on here tonight. If you would put that in the chat. All right. So let me pray for you, and then I'm going to close out, man. I hope this has been a real blessing to you, and I'm looking forward to what's coming up here in the future. All right. Father, I thank you so much for every leader underneath the sound of my voice. I pray that tonight, what's been pouring out has helped them in some way. God, we see the changes happening in the church. We see the changes happening in our world. But we know you never change. You stay the same. You're the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And I thank you because you are the same, we have an anchor. And because we have an anchor, we can move with the waves. We might go up and down, in and out, but we're anchored. And so, Father, teach us how to ride the waves. Teach us how to ride the wave of the culture that we live in, the world that we live in, the time, the age that we are in. Help us to be as the sons of Issachar, that we might discern the times in which we live, that we might discern what is happening, what is going on, and be faithful stewards of it for your glory. Father, I pray in Jesus' name that give your leaders the courage they need to build the mission that you have called them to build. And I pray that the day will come where we will all celebrate together the good things that you have done. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, listen, man, I love y'all. I so appreciate y'all. I hope that tonight was as much of a blessing to you as it was to me. I will look forward to connecting with you again next week as we get ready for part number 4. And I'm excited about shift number 4. I am not, let me see if I have it on my list. I don't have it on my list in front of me, but I know shift number 4 is coming up because, yeah, here it is. We're going to be talking about microchurches. Next Sunday, next Tuesday, we're going to be talking about microchurches, the rise of the microchurches, churches that are going to be 25 or fewer people, but are going to be solid in that. They're going to be solid. I'm going to tell you the strategy behind it. I'm going to tell you why it's going to work. And I'm going to tell you how they're going to have a bigger impact than churches that have 1,000 people in the room. All right. So listen, thank y'all for joining, man. Thank y'all for being here tonight. Love y'all. And I look forward to seeing y'all again next. What's up? What's up? What's up, family? And welcome to another episode of Apostolic Insight. Wherever you are watching from, I know that what we are going to share tonight is going to be such a blessing to you. I have appreciated so much your feedback. Can y'all believe that this is already episode number 8? That's right, episode 8 of a show that I was afraid to do, that I didn't want to do, that I fought on doing for more than a year and a half. And yet here we are. And your feedback on how you've been blessed and how it has spoken to you has been so absolutely amazing. And I am grateful to God for you. You know how we start every week. Do me a favor, jump in the chat and just let me know who you are. Let me know where you're watching from. Let me know that you are here as we get ready for episode 8 of Apostolic Insight. All right. And you know some other pastors, you know some other leaders who need to be a part of this. And I want to encourage you to grab this link and I want you to text it to them. I want you to send it to them. And I want you to say you need to be here. As a matter of fact, I met a pastor this week out of Gainesville, Georgia, my brother. And he said to me, he said, listen, man, every Tuesday night, I grab that link, I send it to my team, and I tell them, hey, let's get on. It's time to rock, man. And it was so encouraging because he literally sat on a call and just ran down to me all the things that we've been talking through over the past couple of weeks and months. And it was just a very, very humbling feeling. And maybe that's true for you. Maybe you're in a point in your life in ministry where you keep getting education. You keep getting inspiration. And what you're discovering is that if your team doesn't get it, it's not as effective, right? And so what you need to do is you need to get your team plugged in, right? You need to get them in and say to your team, hey, look, I need y'all on this call with me. I need y'all to come in here. It's time for us to do some stuff, right? So take a moment, invite somebody you know, bring them in, tell them it's time to come and to learn, because tonight I'm going to be speaking to what I know to be about 90% of you who are pastors, because I'm going to be talking about why small is the new mega. All right, real quick, go ahead, jump in the chat, whether you're on Facebook, LinkedIn, if you're on Instagram. I don't think we're going to Instagram. I think we're going to YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn. Wherever you are, do me a favor, jump in the chat and just put that statement. Small is the new mega. Small is the new mega. I want you to put that in the chat because we are about to get ready to jump in. And I believe that the Lord is going to meet us here tonight. I am excited to do it. Last week was crazy. I was rushing, trying to get at the last minute, started late, had to redo the link, all this kind of stuff. But I am home, I'm in the lab, I'm in the studio, and so we can really get down into it. I'm excited about it, all right? So let me start here, man. What if I told you that the next great move of God wouldn't start in Staples? That it's not going to be a Billy Graham type move where all these people gather in all these large places. But one of the next great moves of God is going to start in living rooms. It's going to start in small places, and it's going to be something that we have never seen before in our modern time. You know, tonight we're talking about shift number 4. And if you've been following along, we're walking through 7 shifts that are going to hit the church, specifically the Black church. And we've already covered 3 of those shifts. In week number 1, we talked about the rise of the super team, right? We talked about how we're shifting from these solo acts as pastors to these super teams, where you're going to see leaders leaving individual works to come together to build something stronger together. Then we talked about merge or die. That one got a whole lot of feedback from a whole lot of y'all. I didn't realize how many people were already thinking about the conversation of going into mergers. I was just sharing it as the Lord gave it to me. And so many of you came back with positive feedback and said, man, you were right. We were just having this conversation. And we talked about mergers and acquisitions are coming. There are going to be some churches in this era who will either die alone or survive together. And I pray that we will see more churches choose to live together rather than to die alone. And then last week, we talked about the rise of the uncommon church, churches that are going to be rising in unique spaces and places. Would y'all believe that for those of you who don't follow me on Facebook, you probably don't know this, but I taught that on last Tuesday, I taught that I was actually in Panama City Beach, Florida, and I taught that on Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, I got up to go sit in a coffee shop to work. 12 noon in the coffee shop. A guy walks over to me and hands me a sheet of paper. It's a little half sheet. It's got the lyrics to some songs on one side, and he's got some scriptures on the other side. And he's like, hey, we're getting ready to start worship in about 10 minutes. And I just so happened to be sitting in the little comfortable chairs that are up on the stage. And so he's like, whether you know it or not, you just got recruited and you're in the choir, so thanks. And I was like, wait, what? Like, what is happening here? Like I'm discombobulated. And he gets up and starts talking. He pulls out his guitar. He sings one or two congregational songs. He teaches a message for about 10 or 15 minutes. He pulls out a loaf of bread and a chalice with the wine for communion. And they literally had church, y'all. Listen, I feel like and I believe strongly that the Lord is affirming what we are talking about by continuing to put it in our faces. And tonight we're going to be talking about part 4 of this, which is where we're going to go into this idea of the micro church. And I'm going to explain what that is. But we're stepping into shift number 4. And the original idea behind shift number 4 is that micro churches would become legitimate, right? And really what I should have said with that is that micro churches will now be recognized as legitimate because they've always been legitimate, right? They've always been legitimate, but they're going to be recognized that way because we're now going to come into a space where we see the value of the micro church and we see what God is doing through the micro church, all right? So I want you to get fired up for this and get ready for this. If y'all are excited to be a part of this, man, let me know in the chat. Like, let me know if you're excited to go into this conversation, because for some of you, oh my goodness, for some of you, I pray tonight that you get a sense of peace that you have never had, because you will eventually come to understand that you don't have to pursue a standard that God never set. Oh, listen, I'm started already. I ain't even in my notes no more. Listen, you do not have to pursue a standard that God did not set, that God did not put a weight when he called you. He did not put a weight on your shoulder to say to you that if you don't do this, you're failing. If you don't reach this size, you're failing. He calls us to faithfulness. And as he sees fit, yes, there are things we can do that can help us grow and help us move. But what I want you to understand is, if God has called you to be the best pastor of 25 in the world, do it with everything you've got. Whatever he has called you to do, I want you to have the peace of knowing you can do it without any outside pressure. Now, if you have a conversation with God and he sets a standard for you, he tells you where he wants to go, to God be the glory. But what we're not going to do, right, as we would say on as a trend on social media says, propaganda I won't fall for, is people, man putting a standard on me that God never equipped me or called me to carry. And here's the reality. For some reason in the modern church, we have glamorized the mega. We've started to glamorize the mega, the mega church. And one of the things that I want you to understand is that the mega church is not the only way that God moves. Come on, God moves beyond the mega. Matter of fact, sometimes he does his best work, his biggest work in small places. And so it's not just the mega where we see God move. Yes, I'm grateful that on the day of Pentecost, 3,000 gave their lives to Christ. But the real movement happens when those 3,000 disperse and they go plant small churches all over the world, where persecution drives us from Jerusalem to Judea to Samaria to the end of the earth. That's really where growth and ministry starts to take off at another level. So I'm grateful for what God does in the mega, but if we ignore what he is doing in the micro, we will miss the majority of the work that he's doing through the church. At last data that I've seen, more than 90% of churches in America have less than 80 people. 90%. So how can we ignore the micro when it's clear that God is working in it? And that's what we're going to deal with tonight, because some of you, glory be to God, are already leading micro churches. You're already leading churches. And I'm calling them micro churches simply not because they're micro in impact, But just to give language to exactly who I'm speaking to, I don't want you to be confused that I'm talking to you, that this is for you. And so I'm using that term, and I'm saying micro in number, but mega in impact, because I want you to understand this, is that you just didn't have permission. You didn't realize this, that God gave you something amazing, and you live in a culture that did not give you permission to call it successful. You are doing an amazing work, but we live in a culture that doesn't always give us permission to call small things successful. And the truth of the matter is that you are successful if you're doing what the Lord called you to do right now. Come on, somebody put that in the chat. Say, you are successful. You're successful. You're doing exactly what God has called you to do. You're exactly where he called you to be, and it's time for us to dive into it, all right? So let's talk about this. I want to talk about something first. I want to talk about big church bias. Big church bias. Because I believe that is something that we have here in America. We've got big church bias. And what it does is that it causes us to define success the wrong way. When you have big church bias, you use the measures and markers of the big church to judge every church. And that's not fair. Really, what we need to do is that we need to judge churches differently. We need to judge them not just based on these markers that big churches and consultants came up with to measure success, but we need to mark them based on faithfulness to the unique mission and the unique call that God has put on the leader and on the congregation. Here's what big church bias look like, is that we go after attendance-based validation, meaning that if we want to validate a work, we use attendance numbers to validate, right? You know what it's like to go to a conference, and the thing that they're asking is, man, how many you running? How many you got, Doc? Doc, they in here, Doc. They everywhere, Doc. Big church bias is to think that attendance validates. Matter of fact, I know some of the best preachers in the world who don't have big congregations. That's big church bias. As a matter of fact, I had a very intriguing conversation just last night with a young pastor, young brother, smart brother doing the work in a small town in Mississippi. Small town in Mississippi, church less than 70 people. In a big city, he would be crushing it. But he is micro because his city is micro. His area is micro, right? And what if we are not careful, that brother could have been seen as a failure because of big church bias, right? The other thing is that we tend to give more credibility to people with larger stages. Y'all hear me? Like I'm coming for today. Listen, we give more credibility to people with bigger stages. And I'm going to talk about this later. But this is such a mistake that we make. It seems like every church growth conference platforms the people who have 1,000 people, only for them to share things that are only relatable to 5% of the people in the room. Man, I know I'm talking today. I know I'm helping somebody today. I know I'm helping somebody today. We often platform the leaders who have the largest churches, only for them to share strategies that are so far away from where we are that we really can't get the help we need. You know, this is one of the reasons, man, we just completely retooled our program and our onboarding and all that kind of stuff like that. I was actually today working on our onboarding manual, right? We're creating a booklet that all of our churches and all of our new partners will walk through step by step. But one of the things that I did create last week is I created something called a 30-day fast start, because here's what the past 5-6 years of working with pastors and churches from across the denominations in every part of the country has taught me, is that it doesn't make sense for me to talk about one thing without addressing the things that come before it, right? So for example, we talk about systems often, right? We're helping people put systems in place and churches put systems in place. And we're like, hey, look, go through the training, do this, do that, do that, so on. And here's what I realized. I realized a couple of things. Number one is that churches that are micro, one of the reasons that they're micro is because there's not a culture of systems yet, right? It's not there yet. So people don't think in systems, people think in preferences, right? So people, one person owns something, they do something, that's how they think. So what we've done is we've changed the onboarding to say, hey, look, instead of coming into this library and seeing all these systems and going like, oh my goodness, what do I do with this? We're saying, hey, look, we're gonna walk you on a pathway. You're gonna go this first, this second, this third, this fourth, this fifth. Once you finish that, you're going to get a certificate that says you have completed systems basics. And once you've completed systems basics, then we'll help you move on to the next step. Right? Here's the second thing I realized. It doesn't help for me to walk through, hey, look, here are all these systems, if I don't first walk you through building a team so that the systems we build, you don't have to do them all yourself. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying to you is we have slowly started to figure out that it's that we want to make a difference. We've got to meet pastors and leaders where they are. And that's what all of us need. We all need somebody who's willing to meet us where we are. As a matter of fact, most of us are probably here because God sent somebody to meet us where we are, and it made all the difference. And if we've got big church bias, we miss it. And here is what big church bias does to us emotionally. Is that it begins to foster discouragement, envy, and resignation in your heart. You get discouraged because no matter what you do, it doesn't add up. I remember as a time when I was early in my church planting journey, in our church, we had 100 people show up, but 99 people show up on the first day. We grew it down to 30. On Bible study nights, it was 2 people in the room, right? One of them was my wife for sure, right? And eventually we started growing. And we started moving. And I remember one day wanting to celebrate, man, that we had like 50 people at church. And I went on Instagram at the time. I went on social media, man. And like my first 3 posts that I was pastors celebrating having 500 people in the room, and 100 people got saved. And I wasn't hating on them. To God be the glory. But man, comparing myself to them in my heart made what God was doing in me feel so small. And I hated that. And that's what big church bias will do, is that it'll take an emotional turn on you, because it will snatch the courage out of you. Right? Another thing is that it can set up envy in your heart, especially if you're doing things the right way, while watching people do things the wrong way go off the rails. On any given Sunday, you can go on Facebook Live, you can go on YouTube, you go all kind of places, and hearing people preach sermons that don't touch the scripture. They might read one at the beginning, but that's the only scripture you're going to get, right? And it's hard. You sit there and you go, Lord, they over here, doing this, and they growing, and you blessing them, and I'm over here, I'm loving people, I'm picking up people for church, and I'm doing. And if you compare those two things, it can put envy in your heart. And then also it can bring you to a point of resignation. Because if your standard is wrong, you will look at what you have and say, I'll never get there. I'll never get where they are. I'll never see what they see. And it will wear you down. I'll be very honest in saying this. If I didn't have big church bias, I don't know that I leave the first church I pastored. I think about that all the time. And I'm grateful for where I ended up. And I'm grateful for what God has done and what God is doing. And I know I am right now where God wants me to be in my life and my ministry. I understand that. But there are times when I look back and I think to myself, we were doing something amazing, but I let culture convince me that it wasn't enough. And because I kept chasing this invisible thing that was out there, I couldn't really celebrate and embrace where I was and what God had given me. Part of that is big church bias. And when you have that, what ends up happening is you try to grow too fast by copying what doesn't fit you. Listen, you try to grow too fast. When growth becomes the goal, you stop caring about how you get there. And you stop caring about the fact that you want to get so many more people in, not realizing that 50 more people that come too fast will crush the people you already have. You got leaders whose marriages and faith is barely hanging on when it's 30 people in the room and you saying, Lord, I'm ready to hit 150 in the next 6 months. That's big church bias, is that it forces you to want to do the right thing the wrong way. And so what you got to embrace is that you can't try to grow too fast, nor can you spend all of your energy trying to do what somebody else is doing. You know the reason you can't do what somebody else is doing? Because you are not where they are. You're in a different place with a different people, with a different call, with a different skill set. And so, yes, we learn from other people, but it's not just about these perfect how to do it just like me and then you'll get my result. You know, I'll be honest, there are some churches I look at, I can't figure out how they got to where they are. I can't figure it out because some of it is a God thing. This is why we don't teach how to, and you got to do it like this, you got to do it like that. We teach what we call frameworks. We say, hey, look, here's how to build a team that can help you carry. Here's a framework. Here's some of the roles you need. Here's some of the culture you want to create. But now let's walk together so you can actually build what that looks like for you. Right? It's frameworks. We've got to get away from this biblical bias that pushes us off track. Look at what that says. Some of the most powerful leaders I've met pastor 30 people. And some of them feel like a failure because of a lie. Some of the most powerful pastors and leaders I've ever met are leading microchurches. Matter of fact, listen, if you're on and you're listening, you're watching right now, and you lead a microchurch, you lead a church with less than 50 people, I want you to just drop micro in the chat. Put micro in the chat. I want to show y'all something. I want to show y'all that what I'm talking about is true, that it is real. It is a real thing. Just drop micro in the chat if you are leading a micro church. And I want y'all to watch this. Look at the chat if you're on YouTube, if you're on Facebook, another platform, you may or may not see this, but on YouTube, I want y'all to see how many micro church leaders are here, because I want to celebrate the fact that you are doing what God has called you to do, what he's called you to do, and that you are being successful. Yes, big church bias will mess you completely up, but when you realize that you are powerful in your own right, y'all look at that. Look at those micros coming in. Micro churches are legitimate, and they are legitimate works that God has called us to. Y'all look at that. Look at all those micros. Look at that. Look at these amazing leaders who are doing amazing things in the kingdom of God, who are leading people that other people may not lead and may not be called to, who are doing works that may not make it to the big stage, but they're true nonetheless. The fact of the matter is that you are powerful in your own right. Don't let a lie cause you to feel like a failure. All right, let me keep going. Here's the second thing I want to dive into. All right, once we deal with the micro church, the big church bias, let's talk Bible for a second. What does the Bible show us about the makeup of the church and what the church looks like? All right, now let me be clear before I go into this. I do not have a hatred or distaste for megachurches. I think we need megachurches. We need churches that can go from praying about problems to being solutions. I think I heard Pastor Darius Daniels say this on a recent podcast. He said, man, look, there are some places, he said, some things for us in this season of life require prayer. He said, there are other things that just require a check. He said, there was a season where we prayed, Lord, make a way for the student to go to college. He said, today, because of where we are, we could just write a check for it, right? And I think we need those churches. We need churches that can do ministry at a high level. We need churches that can have high level impact on the city. We need those. So please don't hear this as a bash against megachurch. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to help build a megachurch right now as we speak, right? So don't hear me saying I don't like them. What I am saying is The 90% needs to get comfortable being who God called them to be. So let's talk about what the Bible shows us. All right. Number one, the Bible shows us home churches. It shows us people gathering in homes. Now, I don't know what kind of house you got, but if you had to have a church in your house, would it be a micro church or a mega church? It would be a micro church. It would be a micro church, right? And even today, when I'm talking to church planters, I say to church planters, man, look, if I was you, I would start the church in my home until we absolutely had no more space. I would start in my living room. If I had to, if we got moved out of the living room, if I had to, I'd move to my garage. And once we grew out of the garage, then we would go somewhere and we would start to, expand the field. But home churches, we see it in scripture. What's the Jesus model of ministry? Jesus got 12. Jesus could have came and said, hey, look, I want to build, give me 1,000 followers. I'm going to train all of them. And we go, no, he took 12. Micro. Changed the world with 12. When Paul went to plant churches, what was he planting? Was he planting micro churches or mega churches? He was planting micros. When Paul went to these churches, man, he was calling out the names of the leaders. He was going in there, he was planting these intimate churches. Paul used really what was a hub model, where he had one major city and all these small cities around it that were offshoots. Intimate churches. And so even if you want to count everything that Paul built as one church, he had a mega church made up of micro churches. Yeah. Hear me. And this is for somebody even who is above and who's a little bit larger in your main church and a micro church. Your extensions, your campuses, your other locations might be micro churches. Man, listen, before I left Louisiana, one of the visions that I started to cast that I was asking God to bless was to help us build these 10 micro churches that would come together to make up a mega church. All right, listen, revival, even when you look at the pattern for it, it didn't require buildings. It required bold obedience. If Jesus could flip the world with 12, here's something you need to know. You don't need a crowd, you need capacity. You need the capacity to do what God has called you to do. Somebody put that in the chat. You don't need a crowd, you need capacity. You don't need a crowd, you need capacity. You need the capacity to do what God has called you to do. That's the biblical model. That's the biblical model, is to have the capacity to do what God has called you to do, all right? Put that in the chat. You don't need a crowd, you need capacity, all right? So now let's break this down. What is a micro church? And y'all know I can't give you all of this without coming to the end and telling you exactly how to begin to build it if it's what God has called you to. But before we get that, let me lay a little bit more groundwork, all right? So what is the micro church, all right? The definition that I want to give of a micro church is a spiritual community of 10 to 50 people centered around worship, teaching, mission, and mutual care, all right? Now, I want to talk about this, all right? This is how I'm defining a microchurch. And other people may have different definitions, but this is going to be my working definition. A spiritual community of 10 to 50 people centered around worship, teaching, mission, and mutual care, all right? Now, let's dive into why this matters. Why is the micro church so different from kind of the standard bias that we carry, all right? Number one, micro churches are highly relational. They are highly relational. I think there's a reason that even if God calls you to pastor a mega church, that you need to start with a micro church, because a micro church will fix your heart as it relates to people. I want to say it again. A micro church will fix your heart as it relates to people. If you're not careful in larger church settings, not even just a mega church, but as churches grow larger, it becomes easier to be the senior leader and not like people. My Lord. If the larger a church gets, the easier it becomes to lead without liking people, because you don't have to touch them as much. Size gives you an excuse to disappear from people. And so I think even if God has called you to be a mega church, One of the things that helps you be effective is to have the experience of leading a microchurch where you have to be highly relational with all the people. I'm talking about any kind of microchurch where somebody can walk up to you after a sermon and tell you, hey, I think how you use this scripture right here wasn't quite right. Come on, somebody. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Well, I'm talking about the micro church where you trying to dodge somebody because every Sunday they're going to come to you with a complaint. They don't care that you just coming down off the mountain. They don't care you just did your good preaching. They're going to come and want to talk to you on the altar about something way down the street, and God has developed the grace in you to stand there and talk to them without being disrespectful. They had to do it. Man, listen, I had a conversation. I was a part of this thing, and this lady saw me with a hat on, and she was just like, she was going in. Like, that's so disrespectful. I can't believe you got a hat on in the house of the Lord, and this, that, and the other, right? And really, I think it was a day I had either cut myself shaving or something had happened. I just had the hat on top of it, right? And she came to me, and she was close because she was telling me, I was like, you know what, thank you so much. God bless you. Now, I know that means something completely different in scripture than what she was thinking. But grace, the grace of the megachurch says, you know what? Let's work this out. Let's talk. Let me be patient with where you are. I don't need to try to beat you down. I don't need to try to flex my muscles on you. I need to understand that this is a relationship, and I want to preserve this relationship. That's what microchurch does for you. That's what it is. Listen, that's what it is. So hear me. That's what it is. We've got to do it. All right, here's another thing about the microchurch is that it has low overhead. One of the reasons that our church plants are not surviving at the level that they should is because we are taking on big church responsibilities with micro congregations. My Lord, today we are taking on big church responsibilities with micro congregations. And here's what I mean is that, man, the coffee shop church that I ended up just getting thrown into, guess what? They were having church in a coffee shop that was already sitting there. It was one guy playing a guitar and preaching. He's having a church in a coffee shop where they got a bakery. And I think he might have been one of the owners. So he got a bakery in the back, so they bake the bread for communion. There's a shop, they got a restaurant, so they probably had the juice back there too. What money did they have to spend? What, the few dollars that they spent to print out the bulletin? They're in a space where they know people are already coming, right? So I didn't see any marketing. I just so happened to be there eating my banana raisin cake and drinking my white chocolate mocha while sitting there, trying to build these AI automations, right? And all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I'm in church. And I looked around and the room was completely full. Completely full. Low overhead. If you're just starting out, your first conversation should not be, what building should I go in? That's not your first conversation. That's like a person with no feet saying, what shoes should I buy? That doesn't make sense. Like grow the first thing first. Like get your people and your teams first. And then your teams, the people that you build, the leaders that you build, will eventually open the door and tell you, here's what we need. Here's the problem. You're signing contracts before you get commitment. Listen. Don't sign contracts before you have commitments. Here's what I'm talking about. Don't go and stress yourself out, getting a building and paying for all these and advertising and all these other things before you even have people who are going to walk with you and help you carry it. Because if you do, you're going to end up frustrated and bitter and mad at people for something they never agreed to in the first place. Hear me, low overhead. Number 3, micro churches have high participation. They have high participation, right? And here's what I mean by that. When you're in a micro church, it is easier for people to serve and to partner because serving is not this thing that seems to require a specialized skill set. right? So in a micro church. So I went to a micro church recently. One of our pastors who's on here, Pastor Karen Barr. I went down there to Plant City, Florida, down in that area, down below, I think down below like Lakeland, Tampa, like down in that way. And so I went to their church, and when I got there, one of their long time, I think he was a minister or an elder or deacon, I can't remember what, but he was standing at the door. And so before I even made it to the door, he opened the door. He was greeting me, shaking my hand. Man, glad to have you, so and so. And that brother just made me feel so welcome. And guess what? Because it was a micro church, he was involved, and all it took was one person who was willing to be friendly, greet people, give people instructions, and that was it. And see, you can have high participation in a micro church because it doesn't need to be specialized. But now you take something as simple as maybe leading worship. In a micro church, when there's 20 of us in the room, somebody will get up there and they'll sing and they'll worship and they'll go for it and they'll give God their best and their all. Now you take that same person and put them in a room with 300 people and they might back off. And so micro churches are awesome for participation because you do not yet have this disease that makes you think ministry is only for professionals. Here's another thing how micro church develops a leader is that it forces you to go after the purity of heart more than the quality of gift. When you're in a micro church, you just looking for somebody who got the heart to do it, who's serious about it, who love God, who's willing to take the next step, willing to go forward. Man, if they can do that, man, we can work with it. Right? And it's high participation. Let me keep going because I got a lot more to cover. All right. They're mission focused instead of event focused. You know, in a micro church, you can't do a whole lot of events because it's only a handful of people. And them people will tell you, look now, we can't be here every night. And so you learn to focus in on what the real mission is. You learn to focus in on what are the handful of things that you really want to see people support and be a part of, and you put your energy into that, all right? So here are just some handful of places where micro churches happen. They happen in homes. They happen in libraries. They happen in schools. They happen in online. They happen in pop-up gatherings. They happen in coffee shops, right? They happen in all these different places, right? So a micro church is going to be one of these spaces that we're going to see continue to rise up each, right? So let me talk to you really quickly about two things. One, let's talk about why micro churches are gathering momentum. And I want you to get this because you may or may not have been paying attention to this, but there's a cultural shift happening. People are more desiring of intimacy, authenticity, and flexibility. You know, I was thinking about this. I was going through a class where I was learning about social media. And one of the things that's learning some more about social media. And one of the things that's really thriving on social media is authenticity. It's not the videos where you get up and put on a full face of makeup and make yourself look all good and this and the other. It's the video where you roll over maybe while you're still even in bed with crust around your face and just say, hey, y'all, I had a dream last night. I had to share it with y'all. Here's what the Lord showed me. Here's what's happening. Here's what's going on. I pray that y'all grab this, blah, blah, blah. So like all of that kind of thing. Like intimacy and authenticity is working. People are not drawn to who you pretend to be. They're drawn to who you really are. And in the intimate church, you can be more authentic than anybody. Another one is the economic realities, right? Budgets are smaller, pastors are bivocational, and the truth of the matter is you have to be selective with how you use your time. You work in a full 40-hour job, it's hard to turn around and then spend another 40 hours on ministry. So you have to be focused. So the economic realities are making us really focus in, and so micro churches are growing. Another thing is that they're more sustainable. They're more sustainable because with a micro church, if you embrace it the way God intended, it gives you more space to be normal. It gives you more space to pastor a church and still love your family. To pastor a church and still be at the dinner table at night. To pastor a church and still take care of your body and take care of your health. Like, let me tell y'all something about larger churches that you don't know. More people, more problems. Listen, more of anything is more of everything. So you get more attendance. You also get more people with complaints. You also get more people who stir up mess. Now you get more good people and you get more givers. And so it's a blessing, but it's one of those things that you have to be aware of. And the gift that you have right now is that you can do what I call peaceful ministry. In a micro church, you can do peaceful ministry if you accept it. If you decided you could choose peace over pressure. If you catch a revelation that God has called me to be a micro church, and that maybe in the future when we grow, it's not going to be because more people come to us, but because we raise up more people to go to them. If you raise it up, you can do peaceful ministry. And I will admit, I did not understand this just even a couple of years ago. I had a mentor who was talking to me about this all the time. And I would look at him and I would just say, like, you don't have no ambition. I wouldn't say it to him, but I would think it in my head, like, you don't have any ambition. I would also think, man, you're being disrespectful and you're disregarding the mission that was set before us. We ought to always keep making disciples. And you should. We should always keep sharing the gospel with people. And if we grow from that, to God be the glory, right? But he was trying to show me and teach me you can choose peace over pressure. When you're chasing a standard that God never set, it robs you of joy. And so ministry becomes something I got to do and something I got to manage. And if you're not careful, you'll look up one day and you'll be paying more attention to what people are not doing instead of what they are doing. You'll be looking at your micro church congregation and being mad. They don't want the word no more. Only 5 of them come to Bible study. Half of them, they said they was going to do online. They don't even get on there. So, the world just done changed. It's like, maybe. Or maybe they're listening to what you're saying on Sunday. And throughout the week, they're spending time living it out and doing life with their families. And they're resting and they're trying to live a peaceful life, right? And maybe there's some other things that they should do and they could do. But it will bring you so much peace if you stop trying to force your church to become something God never called it to be. Another reason that we're seeing more micro churches gain momentum is because of their community focus. They're focused on the community and not just crowds. Just make a real difference. Man, one of our churches that's here in Alabama, micro church, they just started brand new, and they're pretty early in the process. They've probably been less than 10 people for most of their existence. And over the past couple of weeks, they've had new people come, to the church, and they're growing. But one of the things that they've done really well is they've been serving the community from day one. So with a church of less than 10 people, they've been giving away school supplies. With a church of less than 10 people, once a month, they give away groceries to needy families. How? Because they're doing peaceful ministry. They're doing peaceful ministry. All right. And so one of the things that we've got to do is we've got to embrace this. And let me say this last part. Here's one of the last things that I've got to say that I think is so important. We have got to reevaluate who serves as our mentors in ministry when we are micro churches. Man, I think there are so many leaders that have so much to share with us, but it is not always a good idea to have a mega church pastor as your mentor as a micro church, because the problems that you're dealing with are on completely different scales. I'm not saying they're not similar. I'm not saying they're not the same, but there are going to, let me just share my experience. One of the things that I would do is I would go to all these conferences, and everybody on the stage had 1,000 people or more. And I remember at one of these conferences, I walked up to one of these pastors, and this pastor happened to have 10,000 people. But I was in the room, I had access to him, and I asked him a question. And he looked at me, I could tell the look on his face, like I had asked him, like he was a college professor. And they had an elementary school kid asking him about addition and subtraction. He almost looked like, that's basic. Like, what do you, like, he didn't say that, but I could see it on his face. And it wasn't because he was a bad person. He's a great guy. Like, even to this day, he's a great guy. But where we were was so different that trying to build a bridge between where we were was going to frustrate him and me, because he was going to have to come all the way down off the mountain to answer my question. And I was going to have to kill myself trying to climb the mountain to earn the right to understand his answers. And so what we need to do is that we need to make sure that we're choosing mentors who fit where we are. All right? We are in a space where people want substance and not flesh. Substance, not sizzle. And microchurches can offer that. All right? So look at this. What can you do? Let's focus on this. We often focus on what we can't do, but let me focus on what you can do that mega churches can't do, right? And when I say they can't do, I'm just saying you can do this really well, right? Because I want you to see your value. And I don't mean to really compare the two, but I think the culture demands that we have this conversation. So a couple of things that you can do. Number one, you can do pastoral care really well. Mega churches can outsource pastoral care. But in micro churches, you can get pastoral care from the same person who's preaching to you. So the person who gives the word can stand on the altar and pray with you that the word might come alive in your life. Right? I preached this weekend after I finished preaching. Lady came to the altar. Like, man, you was talking to me. This is what's going on in my life. I want to see if you would pray with me. Right? She said, look, I heard you preach it so and so, and you just do it. Right? Now, you can do that in larger churches. But as an example, you can, as a micro church, you can follow that out longer. Right? You can be more intimate with people because it's not as many of them. Now, let me tell you something. When your church grows past 100 to 125, there's a grieving process that you go through if you've been a micro church pastor. And that grieving process happens because you don't know people like you used to, because it's just too many of them. I think I read on average, the average human can sustain 20 healthy relationships. 20 fully functioning healthy relationships. 20. So you got to understand you can do that really well right now. Another thing that you can do is you can do real-time discipleship and accountability. The larger a church gets, the more you have to program everything. But when you have an intimate church, when you have a micro church, you can do everything in real time. Discipleship doesn't have to be a class. Discipleship can be, come to my house every Thursday for the next 6 weeks. I want you to have dinner with me. Discipleship can be, hey, look, I got to preach somewhere every Sunday for the next 2 months. I want you to drive. I want you to go with me. Discipleship looks different. Accountability looks different, right? It can change and you can do it differently because you're micro church. Another thing, you can have a community presence and a grassroots outreach. When you have a micro church and you're doing peaceful ministry, you got time on your hands, you can go to every city council meeting and volunteer yourself to do the opening prayer every week, to the point where whenever a spiritual need comes up in your town, in your city, they come looking for you. You can have community partnerships that are deep. You can go and partner with your local elementary school, and you can know the principal by name. They know you by name. She can call you at the drop of the hat. Like, hey, we had something come up with a student. You mind coming by and just to pray with us, pray with our teachers and this and the other? Like all of those kind of things. Number 4, you're faster to innovate and adapt. Man, when you're in a big church, a lot of times, man, it could take a committee. It can take a lot of moving parts to shift something. Because one change in a mega church might have to go to 15 departments. In a micro church, when you sense the Lord calling you to do something, you can rack it, pack it, and move. All right, you can rack it, pack it, and move. You ain't got to wait. All right, number 5, you can raise up multiple leaders instead of one in a micro church. In a micro church, instead of just saying this one person has to do everything, you can literally treat the whole church as training ground where you can raise people up. Think about it this way. If mega churches are an aircraft carrier, these massive ships in the ocean that hold multiple planes and fighter jets and all these kind of things, helicopters, if that's a mega church, micro churches is a speedboat. Here's what I know, even on a cruise ship, if you want to turn a cruise ship, man, you got to make a wide, slow turn. It's going to take some time. It's going to be slow. That turn is, if you're in a speedboat, you can pop and you go. That is one of your advantages. You can be nimble. You can be fast. You can be effective. All right, so let me close out here. How do we do this, right? Yes, we talked about what it is. We talked about what it looks like. So how do you do this well? You're leading a micro church. here's the engagement or the encouragement that I want to leave you with tonight, right? But first, before I go today, is this helping y'all? Can y'all let me know in the chat? If this is being a blessing to you, would you let me know in the comments? Let me know in the chat that this has been a blessing to you, that you get catching this, you grabbing it, that this is meeting you where you are, all right? So here's how you lead a micro church with power, all right? Here's how you do it well, all right? Number one, this is what we've been working on all night, is you got to shift your mindset. You are not less, you're not less, you're focused. All right, let me say that again. You're not less than, you are focused, which means instead of trying to do 10 to 15 things, you have figured out one thing that you and your congregation can do really well. You're not less than, you're focused. And that's a good thing. Your focus is a good thing. And I want you to grab that. You're not less than, you're focused. All right? So you've got to make sure that you shift your mindset. Stop apologizing for being small. Stop apologizing to yourself. Stop apologizing to other people. Embrace being exactly who God called you to be. Embrace it. Own it. Hold on to it. Hold on to it. Stand on it. Stand by it. Shift your mindset. That's number one. Number two, focus on formation, not performance. Focus on building people. Just focus on building people. Think of it this way. Jesus had 12. That was his legacy. That's the church he saw. He had 12 in his court. Now, we know he had 72 that he walked with, and we had 500 who showed up in the upper room. But he walked and he poured his life into 12. What could you do if you really went all in on pouring your life into the 10 or the 25 or the 50 you have? Right? Even if you got a church of 200, what if you went all in on pouring into the 30 that were really serious about it? What if? That's what we have got to do. We've got to focus on formation and not performance. Don't focus. Man, forget what other people think you're doing. Forget who other people think you are. Focus in on what you're actually doing. Focus in on what you're actually doing. I promise you, if you go deep on the people you have, the day will come where those people that you used to want to impress will come asking you, how did you do it? Just follow the Jesus model and go deep on the people you have, right? Number three, equip your people to lead. You know, I used to have a saying that we used to use in the early days of our first church plant. We used to say every believer is a leader. Like, so literally when we first started the church, when people joined, I would bring them up on stage. I would say, hey, look, welcome to our church, welcome to our family, welcome to our leadership team. Like, I would literally say that, right? And they'd be looking like, why? You don't know my life, you know what I got going on. It's like, don't worry, I got a good idea of what you got going on because I know where I'm at. I know who I'm called to. I know who I'm called to serve. But yeah, come up here. I know you smell like weed, but come on up here. I see how you dress, but come on up here, right? I know which, I see some stuff on social media, but come on up here, right? I said, come on up here. Let's get it. Come on up here, right? And what we would focus on is that we would bring them in and we would invite them to leadership meetings. At one point, when we did have sparse attendance at our midweek service and stuff like that, I shifted the focus of it and I started calling it leadership training. And I would say to anybody, hey, look, you want to be something in your life and you want to go somewhere, don't say nobody wanted to invest in you. I'm inviting you right now. If you come, I'll pour into you. So focus on equipping people. Everybody has a role to play, right? In a micro church, we don't have space for spectators. Everybody has a role to play, and there's a biblical framework for that, right? So equip people to lead. Step number 4, create rhythms of gathering with your micro church. Now, this is really important. When I talk about rhythms, yes, when are we going to connect? When are we going to get together? But one of the things that I've seen that makes all the difference in a micro church is non-church gatherings. It's gatherings where we're not having service. You know, in a micro church, you have to make sure that you don't have a church full of church friends. People who just cool when we in the building together, right? So you got to create opportunities for people to do life together outside of the church. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to be honest with you. If you do that too well, if you do fellowship too well, right? If people get to know each other too well, if they get to love each other too well, if they get to mingle with each other and do life together too well, before long you won't be a micro church anymore, right? So if you don't want to break out of the micro church, then don't focus on fellowship. But if you want to break out of the micro church, you embrace who you are, but you think God might be calling you to a next step at some point in the future, or to expand at some point in the future, one of the greatest hacks I can give you is let people get to know and love each other outside of church. If you do that, it will change everything. Your leadership team will work better together when they know each other outside of church. People will support and invest differently when they know each other outside of church. And so put together a rhythm. But yes, this is how we're going together when we have our service. But shift your mindset so that you don't think what we do is more important than who we are. We are not human doings, we're human beings. And human beings have to do life. And if you give people space to do life together, it will change everything. And then step number 5, stay connected to a bigger vision. I cannot stress this enough, especially for micro churches. You need to be a part of something bigger than you. You need somebody who's there, who understands and embraces who you are, but at the same time, puts you into a community with another cloud of witnesses that you can glean from, that you can grow from, and who can encourage you where you are. Right? Again, I was a micro church leader who spent so much of my life chasing the mega church circuit, going to the conferences where the mega churches are preaching, going to the conferences where their bands are on the stage, and I come back and I don't have that. Going all these different places and all these different things, right? You need a community that's going to meet you where you are, that's going to help you be in relationship with other leaders in churches who are in a similar space of similar mind and walking together, right? Walking in the same direction, right? I don't think it's always helpful. I think it'd be great for your vision to be in rooms that are bigger than you. So don't hear me saying that. I think it's great for your vision. The problem is that the way the pattern really works is that you go to the conference, you hear the mega church preacher speak, and you hear all the things they're doing, all the things they got going on, and you get excited only to come back to the people who didn't hear none of the stuff you heard, are not excited about it, are not looking forward to it. And when you tell them about it with all this joy in your face, and they just looking at you with a blank stare, now you mad at them because you done brought them something that you got 72 hours ago, and they not excited about it. What I'm saying is, what might be better is to be a part of a community, a network, something where you and your people can be together as you grow and learn and continue to move forward with what God's called you to do. All right. And that's why we created the Church Systems Bootcamp. The Church Systems Bootcamp, we actually just recreated. We've got a completely free group we have for pastors and church leaders to come into, and we're getting ready to roll out a brand new content plan for that group. And you can find out more about that on our website, getchurchsystems.com. But one of the things that we're doing is that we're creating space for these leaders. And in this next phase, we are working with the pastors and the leaders who are already in our program, and we're creating and we're setting up accountability partners for them. Is that we're letting them find a partner who they can walk with, who is in a similar stage of life, maybe similar age, similar sized churches, similar cultures, so that they can walk together and hold each other accountable as they move forward in the ministry. And so you need to be a part of that. All right. So let me close here with this final charge, man. Because I really try to make it a point to always giving you something that you can carry. But here's what I believe. I believe we're living in the rise of the remnant. Somebody put them in the chat for me. The rise of the remnant. We are living in the rise of the remnant. And one of the things that's happening is that we're going to continue to see this move of God spring up, but it's not going to be from stadiums and these big stages all the time. It's going to be from small rooms. It's going to be from your backyard. It's going to be on Zoom calls. It's going to be in coffee shops. It's going to be in parks. It's going to be in libraries. It's going to be in uncommon places. And if you're If you got 10 people and you're leading them faithfully, you're not behind, you're actually in front. Do y'all know one of the greatest revivals that's been taking place in the world over the past, I say 15 to 20 years? It's the house church revival in China, in communist China. The house church revival is one of the things that's been the most effective revivals that we've seen happen. So we're not behind. If you've got a small church, a small congregation, an intimate church, you're not behind. But here's what I need you to do. Stop chasing big. Come on, one more time. Put that in the chat. Stop chasing big. Be effective. Don't try to get big. Try to get effective. I'll never forget, Bishop T.D. Jakes said that to us in Project Getting, a mentorship program that he did for several years for pastors under 40. And I was a part of that program for about 4 years. And one of the things that he really chastised us for, he said, man, your generation wants to be big, not realizing if you will be effective, size will eventually come. Same is true in business. Zig Ziglar said it this way. He said, if you help enough people get what they want, you'll always get what you want. Basically, if I can solve a problem for enough people, I don't have to worry about living my life. Right? One of the ways that God is blessing us right now, I mean, me personally in my life, is that I am committing my entire life to helping pastors of mostly microchurches build what God is calling them to build. And man, listen, there are so many other things that I could be doing that would pay me more money, that would give me more notoriety, that will put me in a more comfortable place. There are businesses that I could start that I know could succeed a year from now. But there is nothing I could be doing that can have a greater kingdom impact than to come alongside tired and frustrated leaders, or leaders who say, look, I'm doing the best I can with what I got, but if I had just a little bit of help, if I had somebody who was willing to slow down and meet me where we are, it would make the biggest difference. That's what I'm giving my life for. That's what we're laying it all on the table for, is to help you stop chasing big and to instead chase becoming effective. Just become effective. Become effective so that the one visitor a month you do get, that you follow up with them so well that they come back. And when you can be trusted with one person or one talent, and you don't go bury it and hide it in the sand, but you take that one person and you invest in them until they multiply, then guess what? Well done, my good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things. Now I invite you to be a ruler over many. But you've got to be the faithful of a few. And so here's what I want to say. If you are a microchurch leader, I want to say this to you from the bottom of my heart. Stop settling. Stop waiting until some magic point. Like, start where you are right now, doing everything you can to honor the vision and the people that God has given you. If you need help, get help. If you know there's a next level, get to the next level. But what you cannot do is keep complaining about what's not working if you're not going to take the steps to move into what could be working. Honor and appreciate where you are. Be faithful over your few. Be faithful over your few. It's just like people who come to your church or who should be coming to your church, and they're not coming because they're saying, I got some stuff I need to get together. I need to get myself together. Here's the thing you and I know. If those people could get themselves together, they would be together by now. And here's what I know about you as a leader. If you could get yourself together, you would be together by now. Get the help you need. Whether that's connecting with your denomination, connecting with your fellowship, or joining a program like ours. Micro churches matter. Y'all hear me? If micro churches go down, we in trouble. But if micro churches come up, that's how change is really going to happen. But we've got to step into it. We've got to step into it. All right, I'm going to get ready to pray for us and close us out. But if you are looking for some help, here is your call to action. I'm calling you to take action. You can take a look at both of our programs. We only have 2 programs. Church Systems in a Box and the Church Systems Bootcamp. The Church Systems in a Box is built for mostly microchurch leaders who want some support and want some help. And we have literally priced it where it can be as low as less than $100 a month for you to get started and start getting some of the support you need, right? So there's no excuse. Price is not an excuse. We literally priced it where anybody, if your church can't afford it, you can just say, on my own, I'll invest $25 a week in the technology, the software, the training, and the coaching that's going to help us take our church to where it needs to go, right? That's how we built it. But forget the price of our program. Here's what I want you to understand. How much it's costing you to stay the same. How much it costs to not move forward. Like, how many more months and years can you handle being where you are? Because every month, every year you stay stuck. In most cases, somebody else falls away. So it's about what it's costing us to stay where we are. And it took me so long to grab this revelation. And I repent so often because God was sending me help and putting help around me. And I just wasn't aware enough to stop and to receive it and to grab it and to get from it. But we've got to step into what God wants us to do. All right. So let me close this out. Let me pray for you. Let me go back to the beginning. Let me say this over you because I want you to receive the fullness of what God has for you. All right. So I want to pray for you. Father, I thank you so much for every leader, every person, every believer underneath the sound of my voice. I thank you that you have called them. And because you have called them, you have equipped them for where you have called them to be. And so, Father, here's what I pray. I pray that we would let go of the biases that cause us to call bad what you have called good. God, I know that every heart matters to you. Every soul matters to you. So forgive us for thinking light of those that you have given to us. Forgive us for thinking light of our 5 people, our 10s, our 15s, our 25s, our 50s, our 100s. Forgive us for thinking that is small. God, because we know that you see these people like children. And for all of us, if we even lost one child, it would be too much. So help us to catch the revelation that you feel the same way about the people you've sent to our church. And God, as we have this conversation about microchurches, help us to also catch the revelation that the moment you want to change our situation, you can. But you are not a wasteful God. So I thank you for giving us an opportunity to prepare, to get ready, to put things in place, to mend our nets before you fill them with fish. And so, Father, tonight I speak courage into every leader on this call, the courage to be exactly who you call them to be, not to try to lead up to somebody else's standard, not to try to lead up to the biases that our culture has, but to be who you call them to be. God, I pray that you would allow revival to start in the shoes that we are wearing. Start with us and take us where you want us to go. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, listen. Thank y'all so much, man, for your support as we have been walking through this journey. I hope it's been a blessing to you. Listen, do me a favor. I want you to go and check out our new website. Go to getchurchsystems.com. That's one of the things I worked on last week on my work and retreat. And we have built an entire new website. We've got some resources that you may not have seen, got some new ebooks that are out there that you can go and grab. We've even got some mini systems that we've started to release that you can go and get as well so that you can start taking some steps forward. All right. Listen, thank you so much for being here with us tonight. I hope that this has been a blessing to you. If it has, it's not too late. Take a moment. Share this with somebody you know. Take this link, send it to your team. Send it to some other pastors. Send it to pastors you lead. If you're in a network, send it to them. If you're in a denomination, send it to them. If you lead whatever, send it to the people who you know so that they too can be blessed by it. All right, listen, I love you. I appreciate you. And I look forward to seeing you again next week for another episode of Apostolic Insight. God bless. Love you. See you soon.